Meeting of the Falmouth Conservation Commission. Once again, I'm going to remind everyone we're doing this meeting virtually via Zoom, so please be patient and be aware of your background and what you say. This meeting is also being broadcast by FCTV. To the commissioners for commenting, I will call on each of you at the appropriate time so we can hopefully refrain from speaking over each other. And also that all the votes will be done by roll call. So I'll call your name and you can say yay or nay. To our public participants, there will be an opportunity for public comment at each hearing. At the appropriate time, I will call for said comments. When you are selected, please state your name for the record and speak clearly. You can also use the chat function to get your comments heard. First up, vote minutes, March 18th, 2020.
I read the minutes and I would accept them as written.
Mr. Chairman, I've got one correction or maybe clarification on page 6. We went into executive session and the minutes don't reflect that we came out of executive session. So some sort of little note there should be done.
Okay, I think we can.
Yeah,
correct.
I'm not sure how to do it, but other than that, they're good.
Okay, so what, can I take that as a second?
I will. Second.
Okay. And again, when we do the motion in a second, please state your name and then the motion of the second for Susan's benefit. Okay, so we have a motion and a second for the minutes of 3:18 corrected. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Gurney, aye.
Maury,
Arlo Hawks, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Russ,
Robbins, aye.
and Steve.
Abstain. I was an observer, not a participant.
Gotcha.
Well,
Duly noted. Next up, minutes of March 25th, 2020.
I'll make a motion to accept them, but there is one minor point, which is not a big deal, but it said that I didn't have fun going down those stairs on the slope, but I actually did have fun going down those stairs. But Gladfelter makes a motion to accept.
Bird, second.
Thank you. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Gurney, aye.
Maury,
Arlo Hawks, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Russ,
Robbins, aye.
Steve.
Pat and I.
Thank you. I know it's probably redundant to ask the people that made the motion in a second to vote, but I'm going to do it anyway, just so you know. Request for determination of applicability. First up, Colonial Gas Company, 55 Whitman Road, Woods Hole, Falmouth, Mass, for permission to extend the existing underground gas main within Gardner Road and to install a new underground gas service line to the residents at 55 Whitman Road.
Mr. Chairman, staff recommends a -1 under the state and a -2 under the bylaw. Resource area boundaries are not confirmed.
Bird, move to accept.
Arlo Hawks, second.
Okay, the votes then, Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Gurney, aye.
Maury,
Arlo Hawks, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Russ,
Robbins, aye.
Steve.
Pat and I.
I'm sorry?
Pat and I.
Thank you. Next up, Clive Gumile, 196 Crystal Springs Avenue, North Falmouth, Mass, for permission to receive after-the-fact approval for an 8x8 bathroom bump out.
Mr. Chairman, staff recommends a -2 under the state and the bylaw. Resource area boundaries are not confirmed.
Bird, so move.
Arlo Hawk, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll take the vote. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Gurney, aye.
Maury,
Arlo Hawks, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Russ,
I have a question for staff, Mr. Chairman.
sure.
Jen, how long has that been there? Do you know?
I don't know, Russell. I know that something was there. It's been there for a while. But it definitely was built in your jurisdiction without a permit. There's been a lot of work over there. They are just in the flood zone. They are outside that dune area. So we did look. I think it was flagged as a zoning enforcement issue, and that's how we became aware of it. So they put the building permit in to clean up a zoning enforcement issue, and then that's how we were made aware of it.
Thank you, Jen.
Not a problem.
Aye.
Steve?
Patton, aye.
Okay. Next up, Dickren Betzig, 31 Charles Lane, West Falmouth, Mass, for permission to construct a porch over an existing concrete structure. Kevin?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, staff recommends a -2 under the state and a -3 under the bylaw. Resource area boundaries are not confirmed.
Bird, so move.
Arlo Hawk, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Gurney, aye.
Maury,
Arlo Hawks,
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Russ,
Robbins, aye.
Steve.
Patton, aye.
Thank you. Next up, James Kerrigan, 1055 East Falmouth Highway, East Falmouth, Mass, for permission to construct a single-family residence with driveway, curb cut, Title V septic system, utilities, grading, and landscaping in flood zone.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, staff recommends a -2 under the state and a -3 under the bylaw. Resource area boundaries are not confirmed.
Bird, so move.
Arlo Hawk, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Gurney, aye.
Maury,
Arlo Hawks, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Russ,
Robbins, aye.
Steve.
Patton, aye.
Thank you. Next up, continued request for determination of applicability. First one, Blake Hunter, 9 Gardner Road, Woods Hole, Falmouth, Mass, for permission to replace 2 existing decks and stairs with a small increase in footprint and to install mitigation plantings. Kevin,
Yes, Mr. Chairman, staff recommends a -2 under the state and bylaw. Resource area boundaries are not confirmed.
Bird, so move.
Arlo Hawks,
okay, we have a motion and a second. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Gurney, aye.
Maury,
Arlo Hawks, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Russ,
Robbins, aye.
Steve.
Patton, aye.
Thank you. Next up, Edward McNeil, 36 Drift Road, West Falmouth, Mass, for permission to permit an existing 4x8 concrete pad and fuel tank. Kevin?
Mr. Chairman, staff recommends a -2 under the state and bylaw, and resource area boundaries are not confirmed.
Bird, so move.
Harlow Hawk, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Betsy?
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney?
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin?
O'Brien, I.
Mark?
Gurney, aye.
Maury?
I just had one question for Kevin. I saw that Gardner Road had mitigation for what they did. This is in the DCPC and I don't see any mitigation for this. And I'm sure it's either in a dune or a coastal bank or something.
I can answer that, Maury.
Go ahead, Jen.
This was flagged to us. It's the base of a propane tank that's sort of underneath the deck that's out there. We were made aware of it by the fire department. They didn't clear anything really extra to put the pad in. There's a retaining wall on the back side of that house holding that dune back. They did go a little bit into the dune, but they needed the pad there and they needed to stabilize that pad for the propane tank.
Thank you.
Other place on the lot to put this pad, Maury, we tried, because we went out there and stopped them.
Okay, that's a good explanation. Thank you. Harlow Hawks, aye.
Thank you. Peter?
Walsh, aye.
Russ?
Robbins, aye.
And Steve?
Patton, aye.
Thank you. Okay. Next up are requests for hearing under a notice of intent. All hearings of the Falmouth Conservation Commission are held simultaneously under the authorities of the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act and the Falmouth Wetlands Bylaw. Although a single decision of the commission is issued, it represents a separate decision under each authority. First up, James McLaughlin, Town of Falmouth, Ashumet Road and Catherine Lee Bates Road, Falmouth, Mass, for permission to install a structural stormwater treatment best management practices along Ashumet Road and Catherine Lee Bates Road, and to resurface portions of Ashumet Road and the entire length of Catherine Lee Bates Road.
Mr. Chairman, we have Jim McLaughlin from the Town Engineering Department. We also have the consultants for the town, Nick Shaw and Ben Ludstead, that I've already promoted to panelists.
Thank you.
And then Nick, you're going to have to unmute. Oh, there you are.
You all set?
Yep, thank you.
We can see and hear you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Great. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm James McLaughlin, Town Engineer, and we submitted 2 notices of intent for resurfacing a total of 6 roads. The first, Catherine Lee Bates, and the second is Ashumet. That's in the first notice, and then a separate notice of intent for Chester, Garnet, Elm, and Old Main. And as I mentioned, they're all resurfacing. The one exception to that is Catherine Lee Bates, where across the section of Shivricks Pond, we're proposing to add a sidewalk that will connect from the post office road up to the Lawrence School, and in anticipation of a recreation type feature to be proposed by the town at a later date. And we have Nick Shaw and Ben Lundstead from CEI who prepared the plans and will be able to walk us through each of the proposals.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ben Lundstead for Comprehensive Environmental. And we were hired by the town to permit these resurfacing projects. So I'm most familiar with the Ashumet and Catherine Lee Bates roads. So I'll present those, and then I'll hand it over to Nick Shaw, who will do the other NOI for the other 4 roadways.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to kind of go over kind of a preliminary background.
Excuse me,
Sorry, go
Ben,
ahead.
one
Jim.
second, I'm sorry. Do you have a plan you want to share with the board, or are you just going to give an intro first and then share your plan?
I will give a little intro, but I
Okay.
do not have the plan to share. So if you could share the PDF that I sent to you.
Okay,
of
I'll bring
Ashumet.
that up.
Perfect. There'll be two different plan sheets that I'll want to show, and I can tell you which sheets they are when you get to that. Thank you.
And you're doing, excuse me, which one's a Schumett?
And Catherine Lee Bates. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So essentially all this work is proposed within buffer areas of several different jurisdictional resource areas. So we'll give you what the resource area is, and then we just kind of wanted to point out that our work is completely within buffers. We're not proposing any impacts to actual jurisdictional resource areas. And all the work is proposed on town-owned right-of-way. So the work is generally involve repaving for most of the roads and trying to install drainage system enhancements. Some roads have pretty good infrastructure already, while others have a little bit of improvements to make. So what we're trying to do with most of these enhancements is provide a little bit of stormwater treatment where we can. A lot of it is trying to minimize roadside erosion where there's no curbing or unstable shoulders. And finally, what we tried to do was minimize ponding or sediment accumulation on the road surface where we saw some of that. All the enhancement work is based on observations that myself or Nick Shaw made as we walked the roads. And as I noted, these are essentially strictly drainage enhancements to the existing infrastructure. We tried to do infiltration where it appeared to be feasible, but that was really based on observable water levels that we could see in the proximity. And we also attempted to use most of the connections, the existing infrastructure. If we were installing a new catch basin, we wanted to tie into that existing infrastructure. Where there wasn't as much infrastructure to tie into, what we tried to do was propose our improvements wherever they discharge in existing locations where roadway sheets off or runs off the road. So we tried to keep everything to the same drainage pathways and essentially just pick the low spots in the roadway for our discharge point. So that kind of gives us a little bit of a background. So I'll ask Jennifer to please bring up sheet I-1 of that PDF, which I think is the second page.
Okay, Ben, I'm looking at it. I have which one am I on, the Schumett or?
A Schumett, yep.
Am I on the resurfacing project or the other one?
You should be on, is there a label for a sheet that has I-1 on it anywhere? For Schumett resurfacing?
That looks like I have an I-1 that says Shivrix on.
Oh, sorry, maybe it's on, could be on I-2, sorry about that. Oh, are you looking at the resurfacing plans that were in the NOI? Okay, hey Nick.
Yep.
Do you recall what sheet number for the full set that we submitted?
For the full, like, entire design set with all the
Yeah.
details and stuff on it?
Yeah, so Ashumet probably had a I-1 and so did Catherine Lee Bates. Is
I
that
found
correct?
the Schumett one. I apologize.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, are we opening both of the town NOIs?
No, we are not. We did not.
Just be advised, they're discussing both.
Well, the first NOI is for Catherine Lee Bates and a Schumett. Then there's a
Correct.
second NOI for Chester Street, Elm Road, Old Main Road. and
That's my
Garnet
point,
Ave.
sir.
So presently, we're on a Schumett Road and Catherine Lee Bates.
Okay, so can everybody see those PDFs?
Not yet.
Okay,
Coming up.
okay, thank you. All right, so
Can
this
everybody
is,
see that?
yeah, I could just a sec.
Can everybody see that plan?
Lost it. You had it for a minute.
Yeah, it was there.
Okay, that,
There you go.
I can see it. Everyone else? Okay, so if everyone can see that, I'll proceed to describe this area. This is the work area along Ashumet that is within Grassy Pond, or near Grassy Pond, and within the buffer zones of Grassy Pond. And so our work involves approximately 9,300 square feet of buffer impacts to this area. And it includes the repaving section of the roadway, some installation of curbing to support the installation of 2 catch basins. And these 2 catch basins were installed based on observations of low points in the road where sediment was accumulating, and there appeared to be some historic ponding along these sections. It's kind of a complex portion of the road grade-wise. It actually is super elevated in 2 different directions as you make your way through the S-turn. So there's 2 low spots, and there are essentially 2 locations where that runoff just sheets off the road or channelizes off the road onto the shoulders. And we noticed some shoulder erosion through there. So we used some curbing to pick up 1 catch basin, and then we take that catch basin and connected it to a second catch basin across the street, which discharged to a point that drained essentially on the southeast side of the road towards the vernal pool away from Grassy Pond. There's an existing discharge point right now. And what we did was we proposed to do a little bit of end of pipe treatment with a plunge pool to be able to capture and store sediment, which would be secondary to whatever sumps can be provided with the catch basins. And that is pretty much the summary of what's going on the buffer impacts. There is a hill that comes down from the southwest, which we proposed a swale that would also discharge across the street. And it was just essentially an under drain we installed with another plunge pool to capture sediment. That location was roughly where we noticed water was sheeting off the road as the road starts to be super elevated. It drains towards Grassy Pond. So we installed some treatment at the end of that pipe discharge. So does anybody have any questions on the Ashumet portion of this? Okay.
Harlow Hawks, I just had one question. It appears that it's been pitched toward the vernal pool more than Grassy Pond, and vernal pools are highly protected. So that was my only question. I think the project itself looks well. I like the swale, obviously catch basins to catch the sediment, but I just want Jen's opinion, pitching it toward the vernal pool versus Grassy Pond, which would have been better?
I mean, I would imagine pitching it towards Grassy Pond would be better, but Ben or Nick, are you you're proposing a swale. What direction am I looking at? Towards the west, further up Ashumet near Courier Road to catch some of the water coming down that way, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
that's
And what
correct.
about
Yeah.
on the Hoop Hole Road side to the east?
So essentially what happens is a lot of the road already drains from Hoop Hole. It drains down to the low discharge point, which currently drains to the vernal pool. So because of grading, we picked that low spot as the ultimate discharge. We could look at bucking grade and kind of sending it back to the other side and into Grassy Pond, but the road surfacing essentially ended right before we got to the intersection, and we didn't propose any essentially curbing or anything beyond that point. However, I think most of that would drain over towards the vernal pool side with how the drainage is currently.
Okay, well, we don't have a DEP number for this, so this project is gonna have to be continued, so that's something I think we can discuss and talk about for the next hearing. Can you explain a little bit about that plunge pool to me if I missed that?
Sure. Yeah. Yep. That would essentially be at the end of the catch basin discharge pipe. And what we would do is dig a fairly shallow hole, provide a little bit of a sump below the invert of the pipe, and then provide a little spillway at the end. That's about 6 inches lower than the top of the invert pipe. And that would drain, essentially, it would be a ponded area that would eventually drain out. But it would be constructive riprap so that the town could get in there and take some of the sediment out. And I think another thing that I forgot to mention on this one was that this area is located within, or was flagged as located within estimated habitat EH 229 and a priority habitat EH 226. And we did receive a letter from NHESP with the results of that. I didn't know if you had that, Jen, for the record.
I saw it when I came home and saw in your email that you had received that. So I hadn't seen that. That was part of our staff report that we did need Natural Heritage's comment. So it's good that we have that.
Okay, excellent.
And Maury, I mean, we can go out and look at that area a little bit more closely if you'd like to see if the road could be pitched the other way.
Well, Harlow Hawks here again. It's just that they put the curbing on the Grassy Pond side, so it really truly is pushing everything into that catch basin. And I'm not familiar at all with what a plunge pool is, but I think protecting the vernal pool is paramount.
Yeah, that's something that we could certainly because there's 2 low points, the drainage that's coming from the swale side of things on I guess it would be to the west side coming down the hill, does first drain to the low point where we put the curbing in the catch basin. And an option would be to essentially discharge that catch basin towards Grassy Pond and eliminate the pipe that crosses the road, and then just use essentially if you want to review drainage grading to eliminate the road grading to that side, but there are essentially 2 low points, so it is a complicated grading through that area because it's a double super elevated S-turn. But that's certainly something that could be reviewed to discharge that second catch basin down to Grassy Pond.
Okay. Next plan, Ben.
Okay, yeah, so that should be Catherine Lee Bates, which I hope on this PDF is the sheet after this one. Yep, excellent.
See it?
Thank you.
Okay.
That's it.
1 second, Ben. Peter, is this large enough for you? Do you need me to make the image a little bit larger for you?
It's okay, but I have a pre-comment here. I hope that they are coordinating with the Shivrix Pond Trail work that's coming up shortly, the Town Planning Commission.
I can speak to that, oops, sorry about that. Yes, Peter, this part of this project is going to involve, and Ben will get there, the installation of sidewalk, I believe. And that is part of this project. It's part of the overall scheme for the Shivricks Pond Improvement Project. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you, Jennifer. So this section of Catherine Lee Bates that's getting repaved is within the buffer of Shivricks Pond. And there's approximately what we had seen was about just under 30,000 square feet of impacts within the entire 100-foot buffer. What we did on the plans was we tried to break it down so that we had the 50-foot BBW buffer, the 75-foot inland bank buffer, and then the total 100-foot BBW buffer. But how we presented them was kind of additive. So in the top left corner of this plan, if you see those impacts, those are the areas of the shaded, but obviously the total 100-foot buffer is the sum of those, just to note. So the proposed work in this area, obviously the paving, the installation of curbing and sidewalk, which runs essentially from the close to the existing crosswalk across from Post Office Road down to the next intersection in the trail system that's proposed in the future. What we ended up doing with the sidewalk, there's a guardrail that runs through there, and there are actually a few discharge points to Shivricks Pond that are kind of uncontrolled. They're paved swales. So those areas would be eliminated. The sidewalk would be set, but the guardrail would remain in place, which pushed the sidewalk into the road a little bit. So we ended up narrowing the travel lanes slightly through that area. And we wanted to hold the guardrail so that we were within existing infrastructure, the existing curbing, and the existing shoulder that's between the guardrail and curbing. And what we ended up doing was there was one low point where we noticed some ponding and sediment accumulation just to the east of the crosswalk that's across from Post Office Road. And in that area, we proposed a catch basin and some piping that would tie into the existing drainage infrastructure, just to be able to prevent any washout or any issues along the shoulder right along the pond there. And that pretty much summarizes the proposed work within those buffer areas for Catherine Lee Bates. So didn't know if there's any questions on that one.
I have a question, Ben. Is any of those directly discharging into Shivricks Pond?
There is a little bit of sheet flow that would be down. Let me see if I can see the stationing. I don't know if you can read the stationing, but around 20 plus 50. There's a little bit of the current existing shoulder that it looked like to me was about 30 or 40 feet long of pavement that was really, it might have been a repair to some erosion along the bank, but that drainage is just sheeting off in that area. So that's one spot where curbing would help alleviate that issue.
Okay, because one of the questions, my agent that I talked to had some concerns. He says at station 20 plus 50, it says catch basin, CB for catch basin with a 12-inch outflow pipe. Is that correct?
That is, I think that is an existing catch basin, just upgrading it from the area we were talking.
Okay. Okay.
So I'm pretty sure we have one proposed catch basin in this area. And
Okay.
Nick, correct me if I'm wrong. We don't propose a catch basin there, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. We can go over some of these as well, Ben, between now and the next hearing.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good. So that summarizes the two roadways for the first NOI on this.
I have a question.
Sure.
Hold on. Then we're ready for comments. Do you guys have anything further to add, you or Kevin?
Not right now, Mr. Chairman. Kevin?
No, sir.
Okay. So for the Ashumet Road and Catherine Lee Bates Road commenting, Betsy?
So first of all, there are two catch basins on the, that you have indicated on Catherine Lee Bates, which is fine. I don't have a problem. I have two questions. How long does this project take and what time of year do you plan to do it?
I don't know if Jim's still on here. Probably has a better schedule, but these ones he was pushing to do these in the springtime, right when the plants open up for paving. And these two were the primary NOI that they wanted to focus on was Catherine Lee Bates and Ashmont. So they were the higher priority. I'm just not sure because it's with DPW forces how long Jim thinks that might take.
Yes, both of these projects, as Ben mentioned, are the top priorities for the highway department. And in terms of scheduling, it'll come down to the work that we're also doing on Queens Byway and trying to coordinate all the paving all at once. Right now, there's a pretty good window of opportunity with our paving contractor, because a lot of the state projects are in some type of hiatus. So we'd want to get these done as soon as possible. And depending on when they're actually permitted and the appeal period is over, I would say within a few weeks after all the permitting is in place.
So how long do you think it would take, Jim?
Oh, this section is, a week, 2 weeks. The sidewalk, of course, is the thing that will take the time here, in the curbing. And as a few people have mentioned, the sidewalk portion of this is really related to the planning department's proposal for Shivricks Pond in the trail system.
Yeah, so I think it's a great project, but I'm just curious, is the entire Catherine Lee Bates going to be closed during this project?
No, at the most, they'd have one-way traffic. I should say at the worst. And some slight detour, depending on how it ends up being set up between Post Office Road and the library.
Okay, this year is a perfect time to get it done.
Right, and the as I mentioned, the paving contractor seems to have a period of an opportunity to get some work done in town where normally they wouldn't be available.
That's all, thanks.
Thank you. Courtney, comments?
You mentioned that in your presentation that you're going to be reducing the travel lanes a little bit on Catherine Lee Bates. And I guess the question I have, and maybe maybe the path around the pond will address this issue, but there's a lot of competing uses for public ways, including bicycles. And by narrowing the travel lanes, is that going to create an issue, or have you thought about that? I mean, it seems to me you want to accommodate bikeway traffic.
Yes, I think as far as the travel lanes, there's still going to be, an acceptable width. And really, we're just going from the curbing on the opposite side and narrowing some of the travel way down a little bit, but still keeping a standard travel lane of 11 feet. And as far as bike traffic, the expectation would be that it would be Sharrows.
Okay. You know,
Anything
I
else,
think,
Courtney?
yeah, that's fine. As long as you guys have given thought to it, it seems like when you're undertaking a project like this, you want to make sure you cover all your bases. Other than that, I have no questions. Good project.
Thank you. Kevin, comments?
No comments at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Mark?
I don't have any substantive comments, although I'm delighted to see that sidewalk going in. I think that's great.
Yes. Okay, Maury?
Are they gonna keep that fishing platform that all the people use there?
Yeah, as far as the fishing platform, I don't think the plans have been finalized as far as the proposals for Shiverix Pond and the pathway around the pond. There are a few different plans that are being proposed, and I don't think anything's been finalized yet by that's being run through the planning department. But the last plan that we talked about was to have a platform of some type or access off the little triangular piece that goes up to Lawrence School at the western end of where the sidewalk would link up with the existing sidewalk. And the thought is to provide some type of access there.
I think that would probably be better because it's otherwise the platform will be in the middle of your sidewalk and for public to use it. But I do strongly urge and hope that a fishing platform is incorporated into this because it's something that's used extensively by young people, old people, and it is one of the few things that is sort of upbeat on Shiverix Pond all the time.
Great.
Peter?
I agree with Maury. The fishing platform is important. The existing platform is hard. No further comments.
Thank you. Russ?
I'm good, Mr. Chairman. Everything's been covered that I had.
Thank you. Steve?
Yes, there are several projects for the CPC that the town is proposing for Shiverix Pond. I think the sidewalk is an essential feature for any of them. I think it's a great project.
Thank you. Okay, any further comments from staff?
No further comments from me, Mr. Chairman.
Jamie, yeah, we do have just some things we're gonna work out with Jim and CEI. Before the next meeting, we can't close this meeting because we don't have a CP number.
Okay.
And some other Cape agents reached out to DEP and were sternly and gently reminded not to close a hearing before the issuance of a DEP number. They're a little backed up as well. I can call tomorrow to see what the status is, but their DEP Lakeville is doing the best I can to issue these numbers.
Understood. What do we have for a date?
1 second. Jim, Mr. McLaughlin, is the
Yeah.
29th, is the 29th too late?
It's really whatever works for the commission.
Jen, can we do it next week? You're gonna, no?
No.
Harlow Hawks here. Are all we waiting for is a DEP number?
No. We want to go look at the pitch at a Schumett, for you, Maury, and from Mark. The thing is, on the 22nd, we already have 4 continuances, so, and 1 new notice, so we could possibly, if you wanted to meet on the 15th, we could. I know we weren't scheduling a meeting that time, but we could do it on the 15th.
Let's just plan to meet at the 15th. This is an important project.
Okay, that's fine with me. It doesn't matter.
All right, should we take?
Are you all okay with that?
Yes.
And we don't
Okay.
have to do income tax, so sure.
Okay.
Point.
So so this is Gladfelter. At the request of the applicant, this is a motion to continue to April 15th.
Bird, second.
Harlow Hawks.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue until 4:15. We've kind of just decided for everyone that we're gonna meet on the 15th, so.
I
We'll at least
apologize
work
for that, guys, but because we had to continue everything 2 weeks ago, the schedule is pretty full.
I think that's fine, and we threw that
Okay.
out there last week.
Yeah.
We just haven't talked about it formally, so as long as everybody understands, we're just trying to make everything as efficient as possible,
Mhm.
as opposed to overburdening ourselves.
Correct.
So on this, for this hearing, so we have a motion and a second to continue until 4:15. So I'm gonna take the vote. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye, Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Bernie, aye.
Maury,
Harlow Hawks, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Russ,
Robbins, aye.
Steve.
Patton, aye.
Thank you, everyone. So that is continued until 4:15. Next up is James McLaughlin, Town of Falmouth, Chester Street, Elm Road, Old Main Road, and Garnet Avenue, Falmouth, Mass. For permission to install structural stormwater treatment, best management practices, and the resurface of the entire length of Chester Street, Elm Road, Old Main Road, and Garnet Avenue, and to resurface the entire length of Chester Street. All right, sorry, typo. That's the project. All the same players are up. Mr. McLaughlin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't add too much to that. Nick Shaw from CEI can go through some of the details, but these are, again, similar resurfacing projects. There's no new sidewalk, which was the one twist on Catherine Lee Bates. So they're all resurfacing and making drainage improvements where it's possible and appropriate. So I'll just turn it over to Nick.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, James. Jennifer, could you please pull up sheet I1, Chester Street?
Is that the plan you're looking for, Nick?
Yep, that's the exact one.
Great.
Thank you.
We just make this a little bit bigger and center it. Does that work?
Yep, that's perfect.
Perfect.
Thank you. So very similar to what Ben was describing, we're doing roadway resurfacing projects. We're also doing drainage improvements. So on this first part of Chester Street, it's surrounding Trout Pond. And we have approximately a total of 26,000 square feet of impacts. That includes everything up to including the 100-foot buffer. So that's the 6,700 square feet of impacts to the 50-foot buffer, 1,900 square foot impacts to the 75 inland bank buffer, and then the 17,000 square feet of impacts to the 100-foot BBW buffer. And this work includes paving, curbing, and then 2 swales with riprap spillways that kind of treat and capture sediment coming from the swales before it discharges into the surrounding either pond or surrounding wetlands. Jennifer, you can go to sheet I2, please. So continuing on, this is another section of Chester Street. And this section includes 50-foot BBW buffer, 75-foot inland bank buffer, and 100-foot BBW buffer. And that totals to about 12,000 square feet of impacts. And on this section of roadway, we have, again, road resurfacing, some curbing, 2 swales with riprap spillways, and 1 catch basin. The purpose of the curb in this part of the road is to direct stormwater into the catch basin or swales, and then again with the riprap spillways, stormwater being treated for sediment and other associated kind of like suspended solids and stuff like that before discharging into adjacent either wetlands or Cedar Lake. And then Jennifer, you can go to sheet I3. So this is also Cedar Lake continued. This last portion of Chester Street only involves a 100-foot BBW buffer. And the only work that we have in this area is just roadway repaving, and that's it. And that totals to about 3,800 square feet. So all in all, the entire project is about 42,000 square feet of impacts. And that's basically all I had on this. I can open up to any comments or questions people have about our design. But basically anywhere that we propose a swale or like curbing or a catch basin, it's where we saw evidence of what Ben was saying earlier, was either erosion or ponding of water. A lot of the roadway shoulders in this area of Chester Street was actually starting to really erode away and just had a bunch of ponding of water along the edge of the road, especially around the curves in the road.
Thank you, Nick. Jen and or Kevin?
I would just like to add that, again, we're waiting on the DEP number for this
Right.
notice as well.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. One question that Mark had, because Mark Kaspersik did the wetland line for all of these roadway projects, was on the Chester Street project, swale, south of Dairy Lane. So where am I on that one, Nick? Am I on this?
So just trying to see the road.
Dairy Lane. He just wanted to know the reasoning of putting the swale on. Okay, yep, here we go. First one, Dairy Lane. The reasoning, the proposed drainage swale is south of Dairy Lane. Shift this from Dairy Lane and north to intercept more stormwater where the buffer is wider on the east side of the road. Is that a possible design change, or?
Ben can correct me if I'm wrong, but we can definitely consider that. I think the reason we put it on that side right now is because that's where we saw most of the erosion along the roadway shoulder. And directly across from that is a private property. It's a homeowner. So we're trying to stay out of that and keep it within town-owned property. Town-owned right of way.
Okay, even though a roadway, the layout, the swale was going to be in the layout, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, we can discuss that in more detail, Jennifer, I'd like to.
Okay.
I think most of Chester is open. There are some roads where sometimes the existing shoulder is fairly steep and doesn't leave as much room to install a swale, so we didn't want to propose too much excavation through there. I don't think that's the case through a lot of Chester, but I know it came up on Asham a few times in the past, so we can look at certainly changing the extents of swales to capture and treat more runoff if we can fit it.
I definitely think it's something we could probably work out by the 15th. So.
Okay.
Okay.
Does anybody have any comments on Chester Street?
Harlow Hawks here. I just had one question on the culverts on both I-2 page, and I just want to make sure, is there any, or ask the question, is there any work being proposed on these culverts?
So no work would be proposed on the culvert itself. Jennifer, could you please go to page I2, just so I can see?
Absolutely. Right,
Yep.
that's I too, right?
That'd be it. So if you just scroll a little bit further down, I'm getting cut off.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. All right, that's perfect right there. So to answer your question, no work is being proposed on the culvert itself. There is a little bit of proposed curving along the extents, right next to the culvert, and then there'd be a swale and even more curving right before that. But no work is proposed on the culvert itself. It's just basically roadway repaving over that culvert.
Thank you for that answer. One of the things, Chester Street has a groundwater issue in wetlands, every inch of it. And if possible, is the longer and more infiltration you get with swales, would be better than, discharging. So I think you've done a good job, and the more swales and the more recharge we can get out there, the better.
Thank you.
Okay, Nick, do you want to go on to Elm Road?
Yep, we can move on to that. So Jennifer, could you please pull up sheet I4 for me? Thank you, Jennifer.
Nick, I have the top right here. Can you see the whole plan or no?
I cannot. I don't know if everybody else can.
Oh. So I've got I4, right?
Yep.
Yep. 4. So you want the top part first?
Yeah, top part is fine.
Okay.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Not a problem, sir.
Okay, so on Elm Road, we have about 26,000 square feet of impacts to the 100-foot BVW buffer. And then we also have 2 coastal dune buffers, a 100-foot and a 50-foot. The 100-foot has about 1,500 square feet, and then the 50-foot coastal dune has about 100 square feet. And the only proposed work in this area is just paving and curbing. The curbing would direct stormwater into an existing catch basin, so there are no other proposed catch basins on the length of this road. And the rest of the road is not located within any resource areas. There are some other catch basins proposed, but that's further down the road away from any resource area.
Jen and/or, sorry.
Nick, we're just doing the berm here. Is there any place we could put a swale along this area to maybe catch some water? I know it's sort of flat heading down this way in this area, but instead of just using the berm to catch a little bit more water, or is that not possible in this area?
That is definitely something we could probably look into a little bit more. I think the reason why we didn't do it in the first place was that the town-owned right-of-way gets kind of very narrow in that area.
Oh,
so we're
okay.
trying to keep it within town-owned property, just based on the survey that we have.
Okay. Well, again, maybe something we could look at with Jim before the next hearing. Okay. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Does anybody want to comment on Elm Road? Okay, Nick, do you want to move on to Old Main Road?
Yep, we can move on to that.
Ooh. Nick, which one is Old Main Road?
That would be sheet I6.
Oh, got it. I think I'm on it.
Yep, that would be it. Perfect.
Oh,
Thank you,
okay.
Jennifer.
Perfect.
Okay, so this work is involved around vernal pools, and this involves about 4,800 square feet of impact to isolated land subject to flooding, and 6,200 square feet of impacts to the 100-foot BVW buffer. The work includes paving, curbing, and 1 catch basin. So again, the curbing is proposed in areas where we saw either erosion or ponding of water, and direct any stormwater flow along that curbing into our proposed catch basin. And from that catch basin, we have an under drain tying into existing catch basins, just to tie everything into the existing drainage system that's already complete.
Okay, Jen?
No, I'm all set right now.
Okay. Nick, I have a question for you. Does that paving end at that orange slash mark?
No, the paving actually continues on past that. The reason why we only show this sheet is just for the resource area impacts, but the paving does continue on for the full length of Old Main Road.
So are you gonna change the clearance under that railroad overpass?
Ben might have a better clue on that than I. I don't know if either that or Jim McLaughlin might be able to answer what he wants to do about the overpass, but that area itself, we're just going to be doing roadway repaving, so I don't think the clearance might change, but they can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, we're not planning on changing anything under the existing railroad. But I will note that in the long term, when the bikeway is extended towards Bourne, we'll also be looking at adding a separate bridge structure to the west that will be independent of the railroad track for the bikeway. So it'll be another bridge parallel to the existing one.
Thank you. Hey, Nick, do you want to move on to Garnet Ave?
Yep, we can move on to that. Jennifer, can you please pull up sheet I-5 just above it?
Can we comment on that,
On which one, Maury?
on Old Main?
Yep, if you have more comments, we'd be happy to.
Yep.
Okay, Harlow Hawks here. This area, the water, this is the low spot of this section of Old Main Road coming from either end. And are you planning on trying to prevent any more water getting there? Because we're only seeing the resource area on this plan that is being affected. But if you can capture water underneath the railroad trestle is always a puddle, but that's a really steep incline coming down to it on both ends. And we, of course, don't have that sheet. But again, I'm looking at the vernal pool and everything is pretty much directed toward that. You have a berm going along that outer edge. And then when it gets to the vernal pool, it just ends. So it almost appears there's no swales, there's nothing to prevent everything from going in the vernal pool.
Thank you for the comment. We could definitely, something to consider, we could probably add a swale in there and just further down the line consider that. And then the other thing I was thinking, just going off your comment, is coming from the railroad, we may even be able to add curbing on that side too, to try to prevent even more water getting from that further vernal pool. And try to direct it as much as we can into the existing catch basins. Because I believe there are 4 catch basins located just before that railroad overpass.
I drive that all the time and they're marginal and they really don't function. So I hope they get repaired. And again, you're pushing everything to the north into that vernal pool and to the south. I'd like to see it pitched away from the vernal pool, not everything being pitched toward the vernal pool.
Gotcha. Okay. We can potentially, Ben and I can discuss this. We can maybe even do a super elevated road and try to pitch it to the opposite side of the road so nothing's hitting the vernal pool and add the curbing on that side. That's another possibility we can consider. Ben, do you have any additional comments?
Yeah, I mean, we could talk to Jim. I think if with the low spot at the railroad overpass, the challenge might be what to do with the water that's under there and where to send it. But I definitely agree that to protect the vernal pool, we could attempt to drive water to another location. I guess in the end, the challenge along that side of the vernal pool would be the space we have to install a swale with the grading through that area. So super elevating might not be, and providing a swale on the opposite side of the road might not be a bad idea, but we'd have to review that with the highway department and make sure Jim's on board with actually doing regrade through there. But I think it would be conducive to what the curve looks like through that area as well. So I think we could definitely look at trying to manage the water through there a little bit better. But also, Nick, maybe you can comment, since they don't have the other plans, we're trying to sheet runoff from getting to this area in any areas. Could you explain that a little further? That essentially, are we using any of the other infrastructure to kind of control and cut water off before it gets here?
Yes, so obviously you can't see it because you don't have the other sheet, but just before this section of road, we do have a swale with a riprap spillway to try and catch some of that water before it enters this downhill portion towards the vernal pools.
Where the spillways discharge to?
That discharges, I believe it was a farmland located along the side of the road. It doesn't discharge to any specific wetland or resource area.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, anybody else have any comments on Old Main Road? Okay, we're gonna move on. Nick, you want to do Garnet Ave now?
Yep, sure thing. Jennifer, can you please go to the sheet above, sheet I5? Yep, that would be the one. Okay, so with Garnet Ave, we have approximately 15,000 square feet of impacts to the 100-foot coastal bank buffer. The work involves paving, curbing, and then a swale with a riprap spillway and an underdrain. So the first portion, we're going to design a swale, and right before it, there's going to be curbing to direct stormwater into that swale and then into the riprap spillway discharging out into the wetlands or the marsh area. And then further down, there seems to be an existing swale that we noted during survey when we were walking down Garnet Ave. And we suggested to add an underdrain to this existing swale and then tie the underdrain into a proposed catch basin before eventually discharging out to a existing outfall that already discharges to the marshland. And then, like I said, we have curbing along all this whole, almost this whole section, just to direct stormwater to either swale before eventually discharging out to the marshes treated.
Harlow Hawks here. It just appears we're swaling, we're putting Cape Cod berms to direct everything to the low spot and then directing it into a salt marsh. I would like to see more treatment, pre-treatment on either end of this before it gets to the low spot. And also it would be nice to have on the plan what body of water this is affecting.
Okay.
And can I add to that, just to talk about essentially the low swale located between station 23 and 24. This isn't a typical swale detail that we're provided. We noticed there's some issues with groundwater or high groundwater right under the roadway based on the pavement failure. And so that swale actually is going to be a fairly shallow swale. We couldn't dig too deep because of the right of way. We had really narrow right of way through here. So what we ended up trying to do is have a shallow surface swale and then have a series of filter material underneath that. So we do, it would be a vegetated swale with vegetative support material, followed by some pea stone, followed by crushed stone, and that's where the underdrain would sit in. in the attempt was to kind of provide a little bit more filtration in this area. And I think the proposed catch basin was to essentially provide some pretreatment for that under drain, just because the surface part of the swale would not have a lot of capacity. And that was really a kind of a challenge with the grading in that spot and what we could fit along the right of way.
Hey, Jen and or Kevin Newton.
Yes, Mr. Commissioner, I don't have anything else to add here.
Thank you.
Nothing right now, Jamie.
Okay. Any comments from any of the commissioners? Okay. So we know we're going to continue this. We're going to put this on April 15th as well.
Correct.
Okay. So could I have a motion and a second for that?
I'll make a motion to continue to April 15th. This is Gladfelter.
Second, Harlow.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue until 4:15. Any further comments? Okay, I'm going to ask for the vote. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, I.
Mark,
Bernie, aye.
Maury,
Harlow Hawks eye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Russ,
Robbins, aye.
Steve.
Patton, aye.
Okay. Thank you, Ben, Nick, Jim.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick and Ben. And Jim, I'll touch base with you tomorrow when we're
Yes.
on the path.
Thank you.
Thank you.
very much.
Mr. Cox, could you please remove Nick Shaw and Ben and Mr. McLaughlin back down to the attendee list, please? And I will promote the next panelist group. Did you hear me, Thomas?
Yes, he said McLaughlin and who else?
Mr. Lundstedt and Mr. Shaw.
Excellent, will do.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next up is Ellen Rulin and Sarah Buckwalter, 2 Cotuit Road, North Falmouth, Mass, for permission to raise RAZE, an existing single-family dwelling, and construct a new single-family dwelling with associated clearing, grading, and landscaping, and to install mitigation plantings.
Mr. Chairman, I'm promoting Mr. Borselli up as a panelist, and I'm also don't see the builder. Where did? Hang on.
Do we have a DEP number for this one?
No, we do not.
Testing for my voice.
Hi, Mike.
Hi.
Mike, Leo was on earlier practicing with us. Do you know if he's joining us again this evening?
I'm not sure if he is. I spoke to him earlier in the day and he wasn't sure if he was going to be able to actually do it. So
Okay, I don't see him on the attendee list anymore. I just wanted to make sure that he's not listed as someone else now. Okay.
all right.
Mr. Borselli, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking for the share button.
Thomas?
Down on the bottom.
Are you on a desktop?
Oh, I see it now. Thank you.
Got it?
Yeah. All righty. How's that? Can everyone see my drawing?
No.
How How about now?
There.
There you go.
That better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Michael Borselli from Falmouth Engineering, and I represent the applicant, Ellen Rulin. Mrs. Rulin owns the property at 2 Cotuit Road in North Falmouth, and she has filed a notice of intent proposing to raise and reconstruct the existing single-family dwelling and detached garage. The plan that is currently before you is the existing conditions plan. And I'm going to go through the wetland resources. To the south and east of the property, or the bottom of the page, is a water body. It's a small coastal pond known as Potter's Hole. So along the edge of Potter's Hole is a salt marsh, and also coincident with the salt marsh is a wetland resource known as land subject to tidal action. The existing condition plan shows the no disturbance zone A from land subject to tidal action, and also the no disturbance zone A, the 100-foot no disturbance zone A from salt marsh. You can see that the detached garage is closer to the wetlands than the house. If you've been to the site, you notice that it's sort of a unique landform where the garage is located. The garage is actually has a walkout at the lower level closest to the pond, where the family has historically stored outside recreational things that they've used. So there's sort of I'm going to call it a lump of fill that was historically placed here back when the garage was built. And then the rest of the lot has more consistent sloping landforms that meet the definition of a coastal bank. We've shown the top of the coastal bank meandering along the edge of the existing driveway. It actually hits the garage because that's built on a fill area. It then exits the garage and returns back into the house, and then it comes out of the house and heads in a northerly direction back to the roadway. So although the lot is fully developed, the sloping landform meets the definition of a coastal bank. The lot has some scattered trees throughout it, and the remaining land surface is predominantly lawn areas. There's actually a detached rinse station fenced in. In this location, it's a concrete pad that's proposed to be removed. More on that in a few minutes. Prior to filing the notice of intent, we did meet out on site with staff to go over specifics of what we were proposing, including some of the trees that we were proposing to remove. And that would lead me to the proposed plan. The proposed plan shows, for reference in red, the existing structures that I just showed you on the previous plan. The garage,
Mike, we're not seeing, sorry, Mike, we're not seeing what you're seeing. There you go. Thank you.
Oh, you can see it now?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you. Good. So here's the detached garage shown in red for reference. If you recall the sheet one, I had pointed that out, and the existing house is shown also in red. So this is a classic redevelopment project under your regulations at FWR 10.18. We're raising and reconstructing the existing structures. We're providing mitigation for increases in impervious surfaces. We are also not moving closer to the wetland resources than the present primary structure. So the proposed house is shown. It is larger. The proposed septic system is shown between the new house and the street. It is located as far as physically possible from the salt marsh wetland resource. The existing septic system is located just north of the house where I'm circling with the mouse. There were no as-built records of the septic system that exists, but when we performed our test holes, our perk test holes, we surprisingly found it. And it's located just to the north and adjacent to the house where I'm circling with the mouse. There's no proposed increase in bedrooms. The current bedrooms in the house is 4. The proposed bedrooms in the house is 4. To the right, there's a tabulation in the notes at the bottom of the impervious surface calculations. And you can see from these notes that I'm trying to zoom in for you. The existing A and B zone are identified in notes 1 and 2. And the proposed A and B zones are also identified. You can see there's an increase of 941 square feet in A, and there's an actual decrease in of 102 in B. So we're applying a factor of 3 to the 941, and basically the required mitigation equals just under 3,000 square feet. As I had mentioned earlier, and if you've been to the site, you have witnessed the fact that there's virtually no buffer to the salt marsh today. And the proposed 3,000 square feet of mitigation planting is shown in this green color, which will basically provide a significantly better buffer to the salt marsh area. The width of the buffer is approximately 25 to 30 feet after we were to install the mitigation planting identified. We also identify on the plan some trees that are proposed to be removed. We did an inventory of the trees with Hamilton Tree and Landscape, and their report is also within the notice of intent application. We walked the site with staff and pointed out the trees, and I think they concur with our with Hamilton's findings as to the health of the trees. Ironically, one of the trees is actually this tree here has the utility pole guy wire anchor growing through it as though it were used to help prop up the pole, but we will reach out to Eversource and rectify that, and they'll have to re-anchor the pole after this tree is removed. So the mitigation for the trees is also summarized. There's a total of 8 trees to be removed, and there's a total of 14 new trees to be planted, and they're proposed to be eastern red cedar, and they're shown on the plan along this boundary, and then there's a cluster of them on this side as well. I did review a staff report I received on the project specific to some questions. One was about a comment about the cedar trees that we were proposing. Your staff had recommended that moving some of the cedar trees that are along this boundary away from some oak tree, some pine trees, because of the potential, I guess, for shading. They'd be under the pine trees. So we're more than happy to shift some of these cedar trees and put them into more of a cluster or a grove as necessary. Also, I think on the on this side of the lot, a couple of these may also be in a place where there's shading. We could adjust the location of those perhaps and create a cluster down in this corner. There was also a question about a healthy shrub. Is the healthy shrub to remain? I'm not sure where the healthy shrub is located, but if possible, it would certainly remain, or could even be shifted or moved if necessary. We're happy to work that out with staff as well. The septic system does require some Title V variances. We have filed with the Board of Health for that variance relief. We're proposing dry wells on the plan. We show the limit of work surrounding all of the proposed activities and then running along the property line adjacent to the property to the east. The applicant actually owns the abutting property to the west, which is actually part of the grassy field area that encompasses the property in question. So it's pretty much all, like, for the family at least, considered one property. This lot is not considered buildable. So all in all, I think on balance, although the house does get bigger, the mitigation planting is very beneficial, and that this is pretty much a classic redevelopment project, and we're hopeful that you can issue a favorable order of conditions. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mike. Jen and or Kevin?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We can work with Mr. Borselli on the location of the trees. We just don't want to see trees placed under existing trees, under an existing canopy. So that's why staff had recommended having the trees be shifted on both sides. We can show you where the healthy shrub that Alyssa pointed out, Mike. It's almost by, you look at the bottom where you have edge of lawn all the way to the bottom, almost near the path of your plan, path down to the water. Yeah. I feel like I'm pointing at it and people can see me, but they can't. Right in that general area.
This general area?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay. It should be able to stay because that area is lawn, and the only thing proposed is the new mitigation.
Yeah. Okay. No, I'm sure. It was just something that, these are things I want the staff to point out when they go into the field. So, but we can work with you on that. Quick question, Mike. When you did your mitigation calculations, did you account for those stepping stones?
Of course I did, because
oh, good.
If we were removing them, we want to take credit for
removing. Oh, I know you would.
But if you look at if you look at the exhibit, this, you can see the stepping stones are highlighted, and they were included.
Yep, perfect. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mike, I have a couple questions. One comment in your narrative, it says new detached garage.
Oh, it should have said new attached garage.
Yeah. Are you combining the lots?
Yes, actually, we have combined the lots. So a few weeks ago, during the development of the plan, we made a decision that the proposed house lot would be better suited to have more land area. It would allow for the mitigation planting to be expanded along the edge of the salt marsh instead of having to be clustered into in concentrated on the property that was previously considered the building lot. So I will try to point out what happened. if you can see my mouse, this property line here was the former property line for 2 Cotuit. The applicant owns this land that I'm circling. So we filed an application with the planning board to allow this lot to be split and this side be merged with the building lot and this side to remain undeveloped and considered not a buildable lot. So that allowed for the mitigation planting to expand around in this area, like further along the salt marsh, and it allowed for the cedar trees to be planted. So we did that activity. I believe the planning board voted to endorse the plan 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Okay, so you won't have any issue with the setbacks then?
Right.
Okay, comments. Betsy?
Yes. My only comment is, and you probably had this written, but where it says rinse station on concrete pad, is that going to stay?
No, that concrete pad and the rinse station that's fenced in, that's also on a concrete pad, are proposed to be removed from the site.
Okay, and the other thing is when you remove the garage, you're going to contour the land back what it's like on either side.
Yes, we're going to remove the garage and regrade this area so it slopes along the side of the garage. This area where the sun deck is a proposed walkout level. That'll remain at the current grade, and this material will be reshaped and made to match as best we can the predominant slope on the property.
Okay, thanks, Mike.
You're welcome.
Courtney?
No questions.
Kevin?
All set, thank you.
Mark?
Oh, I'd sure like to see those cedars on the southwest side of the lot, that big long line be sort of pushed down towards the water and clumped a little bit into the mitigation area instead of being a nice decorative, but not necessarily mitigative type growth as shown here.
We're happy to cooperate with staff and adjust accordingly.
Thank you.
That's all. Thank you.
Maury?
Harlow Hawks, a couple questions, Mike. I'll run them off and then you can answer them. Is Cotuit Road a private road? And if it is, do you have permission to remove those trees that are in the road layout? That's number one. Number two, the Board of Health variance you said you've applied for. And I just want to make sure that they're aware that this is new construction basically, and variances aren't usually given for increasing something. So if that does happen, you had enough room to put a septic for the size of the house that was there for an upgrade, but a new house. Now you're asking for 4 variances. And the last is the oak number 3, the 15-inch that's down by the mitigation. I know it said it wasn't in great shape, but it does have habitat capabilities. And I know if you move the cedars down, then it probably would go. But if the cedars aren't getting plumped down there, then I think that oak should be there as habitat.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, if I could respond to those.
Please.
I'm not an expert on the tree. We had just noticed that because his health was not very good. So that was the reason we proposed to remove it. It's really, of all the trees, it's the least close to the proposed house. I suppose it could stay. I'd have to refresh my memory on it. But if that's the wishes of the commission as a whole, then we wouldn't be opposed to that. The question about the two trees here. This road is a private road, and because it's a private road, the applicant has what they call a fee to the center line, or actually ownership to the center line. However, she cannot do things within the road layout that would impede others from passing and repassing. So there's no real requirement to obtain permission to remove these two trees because of the fact that she actually owns the frontage on the road here. And the removal doesn't prevent her, it doesn't prevent others from passing and repassing. In fact, it would enhance their ability to pass and repass if they were able to put a sidewalk or something like that. And finally, regarding the septic system, the Board of Health allows and regularly provides and grants variances for septic systems that upgrade substandard systems when there's no increase in bedrooms. Granted, the house is bigger, but it was specifically designed to maintain the number of bedrooms. The second part of that question is if you make note of where the edge of the existing house is, it's actually closer to the proposed septic with the exception, well, actually the tank as well. It's closer. So if we were to upgrade the septic and not be proposing to rebuild the house, we'd probably need more variances just because of the location of the house that exists today. So the new house, even though it's bigger, doesn't really create more restrictions that would require the variances from the Board of Health. But of course, if they don't agree with me and I cannot obtain the variances, then we'd have to regroup, but that's my experience.
Then Mike, just so we don't get, we're taking way too much time on these projects because of lack of information, put
Mhm.
private road on it, and I would not have asked that question.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay. Maury, anything else?
All set, thank you.
Peter?
No questions.
Russ?
I'm all set. Looks like a good project.
Steve?
I had one question about, I'll hold this, the far southerly, the screen porch. My impression was that grade more significant. And the house is very close to the edge there, but maybe I had the wrong perception. The limit of work is beyond the stepping stones, or?
The limit of work is proposed, is this line type with the little circles right here.
Okay.
It's proposed to be on the, just on the opposite side of the existing garage. We're actually gonna try to preserve this clump of cedars that exists right next to it.
Okay, I was just right at the edge of the screen porch as proposed. The markers seem to be almost leaning because of the steepness of the hill there, but maybe that was just my day.
Well, this is sloping, and it's going to be reshaped and still continue to slope from this side of the house around the screen porch down to this level. And this level will be equal to in grade to the grade here, right in this location, because this whole side under this sun deck is a walkout, meaning the basement level walks out at grade under that deck. So the slope will slope in this location here and then be back to lower level grade in this location.
Thank you, all set.
Thank you.
I had a quick question. So altering the coastal bank isn't a big issue?
Well, I believe this coastal bank was created by alterations by man when it was filled to build the garage. So regrading and trying to bring it back to what it closer to what it wasn't a natural form, would happen by removing that.
Mr. Chairman, if I can jump in, Maury, it's, when we went out there, it was clear that this landform was created to give them a way to have the garage, like the driveway level with the garage. I mean, on either side of that garage is a really steep slope and almost like a bowl. So if that wasn't there, you see how the landform would have just naturally been sloping down. So, I mean, this absolutely was created to put that garage there. Just looking at it.
So it's a man-made coastal bank.
Oh, absolutely. If it was very clear when we went out there that's what the opinion of the staff was, yes.
Thank you.
Not a problem.
Okay, anything further from staff or commissioners? Okay, Jen, I think we need a continuance, correct?
I mean, if the board feels comfortable, we could work with Mike on the placement of the trees. Is there anything else the board wanted?
We need the DEP number, right?
Oh, yeah, the DEP number. My apologies. The 15th then. And just one thing, Maury, that oak that you were talking about, is that the one labeled number 3?
Correct.
Over by the wind station?
Correct.
Hamilton's write-up was white oak cavity in basal area internal decay. And there was one, and I do believe it's that one that when we were on site, it is pretty hollow inside.
I'm fine with it being removed if they're going to bring all those cedar trees down to make a cluster, because
Okay.
Yeah, we can move these
Yep.
down.
Okay.
At the
I
request,
think that's a good solution if Mike's willing to move, the cedars around, recreates the habitat.
so
Betsy,
I'll make a motion at the request of the applicant. We'll continue this to April 15th.
Correct.
Second.
Second.
Purple Hawk second.
That was Gladfelter who made the motion.
got it. Okay, we're gonna take the vote. Betsy? Continue until 4:15.
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney?
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin?
O'Brien, aye.
Mark?
Ernie, aye.
Maury?
Purple Hawk's eye.
Peter?
Walsh, aye.
Russ?
Robbins, aye.
Steve? Okay, we're continued to 4:15. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. I will stand by for my next hearing.
Next up, continued hearings under a notice of intent. Michael C. and Ann L. Feenan, 101 Lake Lehman Road, Falmouth, Mass, for permission to construct additions and to add a patio to an existing dwelling. Ben?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting a continuance until the 22nd.
Purple Hawk so moved.
Gladfelter, second.
I had already accounted for it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue until April 22nd. For the vote, Betsy?
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney?
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin?
Could I make a comment? Would it be, will the applicant have it flagged? The last time I was out there, I think was the first time.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
On that basis, I vote aye. O'Brien votes aye.
Mark?
Ernie, aye.
Maury? Maury, you there?
You have to undo your mute.
Purple Hawk's eye.
Peter?
Walsh, aye.
Russ?
Robbins, aye.
Steve?
Patton, aye.
Okay, so that's continued to 4:22. Mike, can we ask you to unshare? Be selfish this time, it's okay. Thank you. Next up, Mary Ann Peschoat, 58 Cape Cod Road, Falmouth, Mass, for permission to raise, RAZE, existing house and construct a single-family dwelling and pool with all associated clearing, grading, and landscaping. And I'm sorry, Mike, you are up next.
Thank you.
Mr. Just one thing, sorry, Mike, sorry, Jamie. Mr. Chairman, I also promoted Teresa Sprague as a panelist, so if the board has any questions, she's here as well.
Excellent. Hello, Teresa.
I hope.
Jamie, do you want to know who the quorum is?
Please.
Yes.
The quorum is Courtney, Betsy, Jamie, Russ, Kevin.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, is
Yes,
it my
sir.
turn? Mr. Chairman, for the record, Michael Borselli, Falmouth Engineering, I represent the applicant. I'm joined tonight by Teresa Sprague of Blue Flax Design. This is a continued hearing. At the last hearing, we went through the project in some detail and we made reference to the invasive plants that were proposed to be removed along the, it's actually the western border, shown in a blue cross hatching. And Teresa had a plan of proposed invasives management and replanting. And it didn't include an area in this location or along the frontage that was.
Sorry, Mike, can I, you, you're not sharing, so we don't see that plan.
Oh. I'll get used to it.
Yeah, my fault. I asked you to unshare.
Am I sharing now?
Yes, you are. Thank you. Sorry about that.
I was just panning around and zooming in and no one was seeing it. So the proposed invasive plant material that was shown on the original plan to be removed and replanted was on the west side. And during the presentation, there was discussion about why we hadn't proposed to remove and manage the invasives in this area. And then along the side closest to the wetland resource. So we continued the hearing to address that and to give you a more detailed invasives management plan and a native replanting plan that was prepared by Blue Flax Design. And Teresa has filed that plan and it's in your file now. And I left the hearing feeling as though that was the last remaining item that was not resolved. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Teresa to describe her plan. And then we're both here for any questions.
Thank you.
Mike, do you have Teresa's plan to put up there or is she going to be sharing her plan?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Teresa.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Teresa Sprague with Blue Flax Design. I have my plan up on my screen. I'm just not quite sure how to share that with you all.
Mike, you may have to stop sharing your screen so Teresa can share hers.
All right, I am pressing the button stop share.
Okay, so if I've got video started.
So Teresa, down on the bottom, and Tom, I might need your help with this one. Teresa, down the bottom of your screen, you should have like a little green at the bottom bar. It says share screen. It's like a little green box.
Yes, Jennifer, this is Greg Banworth, Director of Information Technology for the town of Falmouth. If you don't mind, I can guide.
Please
okay.
do.
Teresa, yes. Just give me 1 second so I can start video.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
Yep, not a problem. So if you take your mouse and roll over the video, you'll see a set of icon bars at the bottom.
Okay.
And to share your screen, in the middle of that should be a green button that says share screen. Now, can I ask, do you have one or two monitors?
I have one monitor open.
I'm sorry?
and I have one monitor open, my apologies, and I'm looking at a screen where I'm seeing some show small active speaker video, show thumbnail video, show large active speaker video. It's giving me a mute and then some options to stop video, mute my audio, pin video, rename or hide self-view.
Okay, thank you for that. We're actually going to reset a little bit. Try to exit out of that particular screen that you're looking at.
You know what, Greg? I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have Teresa's screen up on my other monitor. If it's easier, I can just share the screen for you. Would that be okay, Teresa?
Sure, absolutely.
Moving? Okay.
All right, great. We'll sort you out, Teresa, next round if there is one.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does everybody see Teresa's plan?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so basically what we did was the last time we were there, we had done an analysis where we were specifically focusing on this area on the west side of the property. And we were asked to come forward with a full invasive species management plan, which we have since done. We have a land management plan dated March 19th, 2020. What we're proposing to do is remove the invasive vegetation on the west side of the property and then along the top of the coastal bank. And you'll notice there's just a narrow strip between the previously proposed mitigation, which is shown in green, and then what we're proposing for invasive species management. The property line runs along this northern portion, so there's actually quite a narrow strip that's on this property. I'm not quite sure who actually owns the property on the coastal bank itself. But we are proposing to remove the invasive vegetation. It's about a 4,050 square foot area. We did get staff notes late this afternoon. We had proposed some switchgrass to be located just to the north of the existing stairs and to the south of the existing stairs and along the area closest to the septic system, as well as some sweet fern that we had proposed along the edge of the driveway. We've since removed that based on feedback from staff. And we are proposing to replace the previously proposed switchgrass with a mix of native shrubs, including pasture rose, Virginia rose, and arrowwood viburnum, as well as removing the sweet fern that we had previously proposed along the edge of the driveway and just extending inkberry holly throughout that area. We generally don't propose to plant woody vegetation directly over a leach field in a septic system. We do have a list of grasses that we recommend for planting over that area, including autumn bentgrass with some butterfly weed, purple coneflower, sheep fescue, red fescue, pathrush, and little blue stem. That will be seeded throughout the entire area after invasive species are removed. And then, of course, the woody vegetation will be planted in all areas with the exception of directly over the leach field. In addition to the 100 shrubs that we're proposing to plant in that area, we're also proposing to plant 7 trees, including eastern red cedar and a white oak. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about the invasive species management and restoration portion of the project.
Thank you, Teresa. Jen?
Thank you, Teresa. So Teresa, and I know you got those late and I apologize. So you're replacing the switchgrass with Virginia rose and pasture rose?
And fragrant sumac.
Okay, fragrant sumac. So kind of keeping that same kind of species composition along the top of that bank, correct?
Exactly, yes. Emma had originally proposed the switchgrass in that area simply because it's such a narrow area.
No, I understand, yeah.
Yeah, blending right in. And then in the area closest to the septic where we had proposed, we're going to just plant that totally out with viburnum.
Okay, and that's not going to interfere with the septic because
No, I actually conferred with Mike prior to changing that out. He felt that there was no issue as long as we weren't planting the woody vegetation directly on top of it.
Okay, because I don't like, I agree with you. I don't like to see woody vegetation planted on top of a leach field like that. So no, I get that because, and this was just a learning opportunity for the staff. My newer staff, they were wondering why you hadn't proposed anything, and I explained it was because the septic system was right.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. All right, so thank you for doing that. This, just for the board to know, this plan does not reflect those changes yet. So,
We did, I did email that plan, but it wasn't until about 5 o'clock this evening, so we updated
Okay.
it quickly as we could after receiving your
nope,
note.
that's fine.
Okay, perfect.
Jen, you good?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Those were
Comments?
the staff's only concerns.
Okay. Betsy, comments?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Courtney,
No questions.
Kevin,
No questions.
and Russ?
No questions. I'm good.
Okay, so Jen, are we gonna have any issue with the revised plan?
No,
Okay, and do we have a DEP number?
yes,
This is an older plan, right? Application,
yes.
okay. All
We
right,
have DEP numbers for the remaining hearings.
okay, thank you. Okay,
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to close this hearing and take it under advisement. This
Okay.
is Betsy Gladfelter.
Bird, second.
okay, we have a motion and a second to close. I'm gonna take the vote. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye, Kevin,
Aye. O'Brien, aye.
and Russ.
Robbins, aye.
Okay,
Thank you, Teresa. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
thank you.
Teresa, I'll work with you on sharing plans.
Okay, thanks, Jen. I appreciate it. Okay.
Next up, Robert J. and Natalie Colgan, 133 Fay Road, Falmouth, Mass. For permission to raise RAZE, the existing structures and construct a new single-family dwelling and driveway, install fill, install mitigation plantings, and all associated clearing, grading, and landscaping.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I am promoting Tom Bunker as a panelist. And either Greg or Thomas, if you could move Mr. Borselli and Teresa back down into attendees, that would be great. Thank you. Bye, Mike.
Absolutely.
And Mr. Chairman, just give me a minute. I'm not used to my workspace here. Where'd my agenda go? File it away. So we are.
Hi, Tom.
Hi, Tom.
Aye. Thank
Tom, are you
you.
doing both, or are you doing both projects?
No,
Oh,
Jeff
just-
is keeping a safe distance here.
Oh, okay. I didn't see him on the attendee list, so I'm just wondering. Okay, thank you.
No, he'll do it from here.
Okay.
Hey, Tom, do you want to share your screen or?
Oh, yes, if, you'll have to remind, there it is.
It's the
Share
green
screen,
button,
got it.
Tom.
Green, it'll be shared.
There you are.
See it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I guess if I go, thank you. My name is Thomas Bunker. I'm BSS Design, professional land surveyor. And we're representing the Culgans in this application, Robert Culgan at 133 Fay Road. What I have up on the screen here now is the GIS aerial view of the site. The site is outlined here. There are two structures on it, the main house and there's a cottage with a driveway coming in between them. At least the cottage or both were built around 1920 or in the 20s. There, the resource areas that you can see, there's a long coastal beach, obviously your land under the ocean, Vineyard Sound. Right here, the coastal beach. I have to change over to, I'll go by a GIS map for the moment. We have here the velocity zone. which runs across the front of the property. And there is, as I describe it in the narrative, a peculiar topography of the lot. And that this lot, there's a ridge of land coming out that covers this lot and 1.5 other lots to the south. But a zone A flood zone does sneak around the back, and so the back of the lot is also in a flood zone. But this is an AE elevation 13 flood zone, and the velocity is elevation 15. I have here the existing conditions: Vineyard Sound along the water, coastal beach. There's a dune between the beach. Landward of the beach is a vegetated coastal dune. And then the landform here, which is steeper than 10-to-1, I think actually probably steeper than 4-to-1. The velocity flood zone breaks along the face of it. This is obviously steep enough to be a coastal bank. And I show the 25-foot Falmouth velocity zone, 25 feet inland from that. Then I have a 50-foot coastal dune zone A. Then there's a 50-foot coastal bank zone A through here. And these are the red lines. And then back from that, there's the orange lines of the B zones. There's a 100-foot coastal dune zone B. And then the coastal bank zone B is all the way back here, crossing the cottage in the back, the cottage and garage. And this is the zone B from the bank, which is along the ocean. There's flood zone, which enters from the sort of sneaks around the back of the property, and there is some coastal bank associated with that flood zone, and that has its own zone A running along this way, which reaches into the house, and beyond here, then there's a 100-foot zone B of the coastal bank, and this coastal bank does come up. Where is it? Right up through here, and there's actually some of it is man-made through here. There's steps. It's highly developed through here. There's some stone steps going down, and the septic tank installed in this location under the bank, and other various landscaping features along through here. And this area down here actually used to be a clay tennis court, which is now home to 2 septic systems. One for the cottage. It's a 3-bedroom perhaps, and then a 10-bedroom capacity septic system, which serves the existing house. And then there's also at the south end of the lot, off of the lot, there's a vegetated wetland, and there is a zone A of the wetland, which does not enter the lot, but then the zone B of the wetland just cuts across the south end of former tennis court area. The tennis court might still be clay, but it's now lawn. There's a lot of lawn area all the way around the house, with a number of trees pretty much immediately adjacent to the house in these locations. Cedar, another evergreen, and a cedar tree. Old cedar tree, they're all deformed. They're only half the usual foliage because they're right up against some trees. There are some other oak trees that fall within the limit of work, also that will have to be removed to do this. This gravel, crushed stone, packed driveway comes in this entire area right through here. The site plan, and we have the same resource areas highlighted. And so now we have this gray outline is the former cottage and garage right here. And this area is a lower patio in the back of the cottage. In this location of the house, so you can see the existing house goes landward of the 50-foot coastal bank zone A right here. And the proposed house is, I don't mean landward, seaward of the coastal bank zone A. And the proposed house is landward of the coastal bank, Zone A, in this location. We've positioned it up against the north lot line. The driveway will come in at a different location, coming in off of Fay Road down here into a courtyard, surrounded by the garage and the house, with a gazebo in this location. This area that of the existing house actually isn't the house, that's patio. And the new patio is what is landward of the bank, Zone A. This hexagonal feature, this gray line is part of the house, and that's moving back. So I said everything is moved back from more than 50 feet from the say bank. It's the coastal dune Zone A, but it's still within the 50-foot coastal bank Zone A. As is through here, the house is in this. It's a 25-foot coastal bank Zone A, which encroaches. The house is encroaching into it, but the existing house. Whoops, just lost it. Show that the existing house is also within the coastal bank, the inland, sort of inland coastal bank Zone A also. Nothing on this house comes closer to a resource area than what the existing house is, and in the most important location along the top of the bank and close to the dune, the house is actually pulled back somewhat. It's, the patio is at this point right here. This patio is 17 feet further back. The proposed patio is 17 further landward than the existing patio. And where this octagonal part of the house is now, the edge of the patio is 10 feet further landward than the existing house is. On the mitigation calculations, coverage by impervious surfaces, that includes the existing driveway and the existing structures. We have this 1,636 square feet in A and 8,183 in B. And the proposed coverage, you see there is a 261 square foot increase in coverage in Zone A, which requires a 3-to-1 mitigation. And there is a 627 square foot decrease in Zone B. So there's no mitigation required for that. So we have 783 square feet of mitigation planting, basically as close as you can get to the resource area along the top of the coastal bank in this location. Meets the requirements for that. The drainage, we have all of the roof drains connected around the edges of the house, and actually there's a little lower area in this location right here where there's some steps down. And these steps, by the way, are made from, it's labeled there, it's made with basically stone, thin curbstone risers with lawn area for the treads. So it's basically all grass. And this area down here is grass, and there's a drain inlet in the middle of this. So it's going down below the elevation of the house. And these other gutter, downspout, roof drains will all run around and connect. And we have it shown going into this cottage septic system, which is being abandoned for septic system use. We have it proposed to go into that area. This is what we have on the plan, proposed on the plan. I might have missed something. We do also have a generator and air conditioning back here, there in the B zone. That coverage is taken into account. I was going to point out there'd be a shower or rinse station down in this low area, down in this location here, down the steps, and there's an entry down to the basement level in this location here. That is our proposal. I'll take questions.
Thank you, Tom. Jen and or Kevin?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Staff report did say that staff had some concerns with the mitigation. I talked to Tom and cleared that up today, so we're fine with that. My only concern was repurposing and if you said you weren't going to do this, Tom, and I missed it, I apologize. I was moving papers around. My only concern is repurposing that existing cottage septic system for drainage. I know that the commission generally does not like to see drainage being pumped into an abandoned leach field. So that staff recommends that be out and rebuilt to handle the stormwater. And that's it. Anything, Kevin?
No, Mr. Chairman, I don't have anything to add above that.
Thank you. Tom, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I did say I didn't. I mean, I was. Jen didn't miss anything. I did explain what we had proposed, and we did discuss it. And if it's the wish of the board, then we certainly, remove that in its entirety. Sorry, remove it in its entirety and put in a new stormwater leaching system.
Okay, thank you. Mike, I have a question. I'm sorry, Tom, I have a question about the bedrooms. You're proposing to go from 10 to 8, but is that inclusive of the cottage?
The cottage, there is no cottage anymore.
The cottage gone.
No, I understand that, but the calculation of bedrooms. Because you said the
As far
house
as
is,
the size of the existing system, or the
no, the bedrooms.
right in this new proposed house, there
No,
are
no.
8 bedrooms.
Existing house and cottage.
Right.
By what you've written on here, there's a total of 13 bedrooms.
Right.
And you're going down to 8.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
That's correct. Yes.
Just trying to clarify. Thank you.
Yeah, because the existing septic system that's remaining is a 10-bedroom septic system, and the house will only have 8, and there'll be no more cottage. And this, if it's the vote of the board, whether we'll take this system out as a septic system and put in a stormwater system.
Thank you. Okay, comments from the board. Betsy?
So my only comment, Tom, is you show 9 trees removed. Are you adding 9 trees?
Yeah, and actually I told the applicant, when we filed this, I was gonna get back to it and add trees. And with all that's been going on, I didn't, but we'll certainly add, I haven't had the time to put them on here, but we will add 9, you would probably want cedar trees along the front there somewhere. We'll certainly add 9 cedar trees.
Yeah, well, I would be comfortable, having you work with staff and decide where they should go. But a nice clump of cedar trees would be fine.
Certainly, yeah, I'll work with staff.
You set, Betsy?
I'm all set. It's
Thank
an
you.
interesting property.
It's a nice property. Courtney?
No questions.
Kevin?
I don't suppose you're planning on improving Fay Road. It's putting a lot of years on my car every time I go down. But other than that, Tom, it's really a nice project.
I'll say we actually are in here, show a little bit of regrading because it is steep from where the current driveway comes in. It's quite steep down here. And of course, as you know, there are puddles. So there will be some regrading a little bit to make it a little easier to pass.
Thank you.
It is a natural deterrent though, isn't it?
Yes.
Mark?
First, just to make sure, you're not planning to do anything with the stone wall between the house and the water, is that right? All the foliage that's on there is just gonna stay the way it is.
With which?
What you call the coastal bank, that steep
Yeah.
stone pile.
We're not doing anything. We're not doing anything in there.
Okay, thank you. And the other thing, it looks like that air conditioner pad is big enough for one, I guess it's, I don't know what it is, a compressor expander. I can't imagine one unit's gonna do that house. You're gonna have a whole row of them along that side of the house?
There could be more, and you know, if there's more coverage, we will add more mitigation planting to
Well,
make that calculation
that
correct.
is going to make us the coverage. That house next door is coming up to us also, and they're hoping to move closer to the property line, and they're gonna be right inside those air conditioning units. I don't know if there's any other place you could make them, but that's,
Well, it's tough here, but that applicant to the north has talked with me and the owner of the owner of this property, and so they are discussing mitigation measures for the potential sound coming from, mostly from the generator. What I've heard is that the air conditioning units there are much quieter than they had been, but the generator comes on once every couple of weeks. But that could be timed for, you know, when it's appropriate to have a little bit of noise. But the two owners are talking.
excellent, thank you, that's all.
Maury?
I only had one comment, knowing that you can't revet, because once this is a tear down, you no longer grandfathered for revetting and armoring. So I hope you've pulled back enough to accommodate that. Otherwise, it's a nice project.
The bank holds.
Peter?
No comments or questions.
Russ?
No questions.
Steve?
No question.
Excellent.
Mr. Chairman, can I just jump in? Is the board okay with repurposing that septic or for stormwater?
No. Fox, no.
Well, then we need to kind of give Tom some guidance on that, because he'll have to redo the plan to design the stormwater for that.
Dry wells, as usually are standard, that dry wells to accommodate all roof runoff would appropriate.
Yeah, so I'll probably put in a larger pit, probably in, you know, a 6-foot diameter pit, centrally located, with a lot of piping going to it.
It's going to require a plan change. So we'll probably need a continuance, but this is easy. We could probably put it on the 15th, since we're meeting that day anyway. It's easy.
Tom can put the trees on too.
And Tom can put the trees on too.
I can do that.
Do you think you can pull that off for the 15th, Tom?
Yeah, I have 1 week to get a plan in.
Yeah,
Yes, we can do that.
you can do that? Okay.
At the request of the applicant, I'm going to continue this to April 15th.
Second, Gladfelter.
Harlow Hawks made the motion.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to continue until 4:15. Ask for the
Betsy.
vote. Betsy?
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney?
Bird eye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin?
O'Brien, aye.
Mark?
Bernie, aye.
Maury?
Harlow Hawks, aye.
Peter?
Walsh, aye.
Russ?
Robbins, aye.
Steve?
Patton, aye.
Okay. That is unanimous for continued to 4:15. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Next up, Terrence J. and Margaret N. Forster, 37 Beckles Road, Falmouth, Mass. For permission to construct a timber stairway and landings with handrails on a coastal bank. Jeff, you're up when you're ready.
Hey, how
Jeff?
you doing? I'm Jeff Ryther, first time Zoomer. Good evening. I'm representing the Forrester family this evening at 37 Beckles Road. In this case, the applicant is wishing to build a coastal bank stairway down the vegetated bank. Heavily vegetated. If you went there, it's very thick vine. Wetland resource areas at the site. It's we've got land under the ocean, which is Buzzards Bay. A little bit of coastal beach, which is mostly a cobble beach. We've got a coastal bank here where the contours have come together. And then land subject to coastal storm flowage. Excuse me. Up to the basically the top of the bank and the flood zone are one and the same for most of it. So this project's to construct a 4-foot by.
I can learn to understand you much better if I can get familiar with the way you talk. I need your permission to help.
All righty.
What was that?
So there's been articles that Zoom has, people break into Zoom, hack into Zoom. So I guess that's what that was.
I think what you're.
Greg?
Sorry, that was my audio feedback. I think that we are concerned about something called Zoom bombing, but I think what probably happened here is one of the panelists accidentally kicked Siri off the iPhone assistance, and it just started answering it. I do not think that was somebody coming in and doing any malicious content. But good that we may remain vigilant on those sort of things. We'll continue to watch out for them.
Jeff, you're back up.
Okay, I'm all set?
Yes, sir.
All right. So where were we? Well, I have the project is to build a 4-foot wide by 41 foot. You'll see the dimension there. 41 foot long coastal bank stairway. It's slightly elevated off the bottom or off the existing grade surface. You can see up at the top of the page is a profile of the stairway down with 2 landings. It starts with the landing, halfway down there's a landing, then it ends at a stone step at the base. Also, here's a cross section of the landing, which is basically what the stairway is made up of. And then also up at the top of the page, we have a step detail of what it's going to look like, hopefully. So again, the stairway starts at the top of the coastal bank with this symbol here and ends down at the coastal beach. And what else? Yeah. You'll see that we're 10'4" from the lot line. We're also meeting zoning with a structure. Hardware for the structures are going to be all stainless steel, nails and bolts. So there will be no corrosion on the hardware. Basically, this it shows it a 4-foot wide, but the clear area is just about 38 inches in width. And lastly, we have construction access from the existing driveway down across the lawn and then to the top of the bank. And I got some photos. Were they down here? This is looking north. This is the abutting lot here. Here's a handrail going down. The next lot over shows this coastal bank stairway. And then further down, there's another coastal bank stairway. So it's basically there's, you know, at least 4 on this part of the neighborhood going down to the beach. Just wanted to point that out. And let's see what else I got for you. So this is looking south. This is going to be the location of the bank stairway right down here. It ends up near this boulder at the bottom of the hill. This is the vegetation. It looks a little invasive, but it's holding up quite well. So with that, I'll take your questions.
Thank you, Jeff. Jen and/or Kevin?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Jeff, when we first met, we talked about maybe trying to make a portion of it, if possible, removable because it's completely in the velocity zone.
Yeah, I didn't think we also talked about that it being entirely in the velocity zone, so wouldn't really matter, but I can certainly you know, make that edit.
Okay, just listen to the board and see if they want you to make that, okay?
Yeah, I can make there's a bottom section there on the plan. I'm gonna go back to the plan just for a minute. Sorry.
It's okay.
This one? All right. All right, right here. First time Zoomer. All right.
You're doing fine.
You're doing fine, Jeff.
All right. What were we were talking about the removable section. I think I could take it from here or do something in this lower section here with the hand on it. And we could, you know, make that a 4-foot section there and have that removable. Because if we take too much, if we make it an 8-foot section, that's got 4 stringers going down. That'd be so much weight. I don't know how you'd move that thing around. So I think we'd have to, you know, if we could get 4 foot of it removable, that would work for us, I think. All right.
Okay, we'll consider that. Anything else, Jeff?
Mr. Chairman, if I can add.
Kevin?
As you can see, it's kind of, the lawn kind of goes straight to the coastal bank. And just want to ask the board to consider if they consider that new staircase to be new impervious surface. And if they do, consider mitigation plantings, but that's up to the board.
Okay. All right, we'll take some comments. Betsy?
So I don't have any issue with this project. The only thing I would say, Jeff, is that even if you were able to like pull up, maybe just pull back up a 4-foot section, there are a lot of storms that are just going to hit that area, and it might just preserve that lower part of the staircase.
Okay, yep. You're talking about the tail end of the on the hill here. Right in here. Right in here. That's
Yeah.
it.
Yes.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. Courtney?
Yeah, actually, if if you're talking about a 4-foot section and you want to get it away, perhaps one of the things you could do is hinge it. Seriously, use a hinge it, and you use a block and tackle, which will make it easier to lift it out. So in the fall, you just flip it back, and that leaves it clear. And then in the spring, you have a place to land it on. You were talking about a rock.
Yeah, I have a stone at the bottom there, yeah.
Yeah, so you could integrate that into make that the landing point for that swing section. But then you don't have to drag the thing up the hill. And if you use a block and tackle, you know, it's not going to be a big deal to haul
Might
it up.
have to do something with the rails, handrails, but that's possible, yes.
Okay. Kevin?
I know that the drawing is accurate. I just remember standing at the top bank and looking down, and it appeared to me to be more like you needed a ladder instead of a stairs, but I think it's a good idea. It's a good project. I agree with the hinging the 4-foot pad, or at least having it removable in some way. But I wouldn't want to insure it for more than one winter. So good luck to you.
Thank you.
Mark?
Well, I did more than look down from the top. I went down to the bottom and looked pretty closely into that hill. And that's not a big pile of dirt. That's a big pile of stones. And the idea of digging holes into that big pile of stones to put footings, I can't imagine how you're going to do that. I mean, it looked to me like there's no way at all you could find any clear hill that you could dig a hole through. I think you're almost going to have to put in concrete footings on the hill to hold any kind of support for those stairs.
Anything else? You still there?
Hello? You talking to me, or I'm sorry?
No, I wanted to make sure Mark was covered.
Okay.
Maury?
I have to agree with Mark. It's going to be a tough challenge to get those posts in. And are you just going to flush cut the vegetation down the hill by hand so that you can work down there and then just let it grow back, or and have flow through steps maybe to make less resistance to the wave action? The problem with all of these is that the more railings and more steps, you know, the more density of the wood, the more they're apt to be blown out of the water, not off the coastal bank. But I mean, I understand they've got to get down to the shore. Just it appears that there's a lot of mass there and there's a lot of rocks to dig through. So whoever's doing it, good luck.
Well, I understand that. I think that we could make something work here, and if we have to anchor into rocks, we can do that. We've done that several times with docks, in fact. So I think we can make this work.
I think you're almost better off drilling into the rock than actually trying to remove them and dig a footing.
That's correct.
Peter?
Most of the concerns are addressed. No further questions.
Thank you. Russ?
No questions.
Peter, I'm sorry, Steve?
Yeah, I like Courtney's idea about the last section of the walkway. I thought that'd be a good idea.
Good. This might be more of a question for Jen or a comment, but Kevin mentioned mitigation, the potential for mitigation. I'd almost feel better about seeing something to prevent them from mowing the top of that coastal bank. What do you think?
I think that was one of the concerns of the staff, is just mowing directly to the top. So maybe like a little single rail fence or mitigation. I mean, it's really up to the board.
But either way, you'd need the single rail fence.
Yeah.
If there's existing plants that could be preserved, serve the same purpose, no?
Jeff, do you think you could install like a little single rail fence along the top of that bank to stop them from mowing?
That would be possible, but they do have a landscape architect that I would have to pass that by him. But there's one thing I want to point out, though. The top of the bank is noted by the triangles in the line work here. So that's top of Coastal Bank.
Mm-hmm.
The lawn is here on this little hairy sign, line here. So they're not actually mowing right down to the top of the bank, but I know it's coming close. But over here in the neighboring lot, they certainly are. So, when you're looking out from this house, you look across this guy's backyard. And I don't, did you see where the stakes were put in?
Yes.
Okay, because there is a gap there of about good 10 feet before the bank.
Right, that's mowed.
There is a gap, but it's lovely right now. It has daffodils. It just has little, just has little.
Yeah, we can certainly change that if you'd like to add some plants.
Well, I think the suggestion is to have some woody, maybe it could be low, but woody vegetation all along the top of that bank.
Jeff, is the landscape architect Dan?
Dan Celine.
Yeah, he was listed as an attendee before, and I don't see him now.
Oh, okay.
Because I'd move him up to speak, but I don't.
Well, I don't think that
anymore.
Some plants are gonna matter too much.
Okay.
I just don't want to make them too tall so they can't see over them.
No, that's understand. Why don't you talk to Dan? You have to revise the plan anyway to make that bottom section hinge. So
yeah.
Would you mind a continuance to the 15th since we're now meeting that day? That'll give you.
That's okay.
Look at the bottom section and talk to Dan about the plants and possibly a fence.
So a short fence and some plants.
Yeah, would that work?
Well, I don't know, but I'll ask Dan that.
Okay.
All right. So I guess we're going to continue to the 15th.
Okay.
I make a motion at the request of the applicant to continue this to April 15th. Harlow Hawks made the motion.
So Gladfeld will second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue until 4:15. Take the vote. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Ernie, aye.
Maury,
Harlow Hawks, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Russ,
Robbins, aye.
Steve,
Patton, aye.
unanimous to continue until 4:15. Thank you,
Thank you,
Jeff.
Jeff. You did a great job as your first time Zoomer.
Thank you.
Jeff, you need to stop sharing your plan.
All right.
So you go to the top and it should say stop sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Either Thomas or Greg, could you possibly remove Tom Bunker back down to the attendees list? We'll promote Mr. Borselli for his next hearing.
Okay, next up, O'Brien and Doris Cameron, 92 Indian Ridge Road, Falmouth, Mass. For permission to raise RAZE, an existing single-family dwelling, and to construct a new single-family dwelling, upgrade to a Title V septic system, install mitigation trees, and all associated clearing, grading, and landscaping. Mr. Borselli, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking for the sharing option again. There it is. Okay.
There you are.
All right. Mr. Chairman, for the record, my name is Michael Borselli from Falmouth Engineering. I represent the applicant, Brian and Doris Cameron. They own the property at 92 Indian Ridge Road. This is in Saconaset Hills. And what I have on the screen that I'm sharing with you first is the plan of existing conditions. You can see that the lot contains a single-family dwelling, some retaining walls, a driveway, landscape areas, a brick walk, lawn areas, and the wetland resources in question, starting from the left or the west side. This is a beach reservation area. Just off the page, a little further to the west would be the beach, and this area here is a coastal dune, and it transitions to a coastal bank that is basically formed by man-made structures. In this case, there's a small retaining wall underneath this deck, and there's a flood zone coincident with it, so the coastal bank would follow along the wall. And then where the flood zone pops out from underneath, and at the elevation of the flood boundary 16, the coastal bank cuts across the lawn, and it actually cuts across the driveway because it has the proper slope. And then it follows along another wall. I think it's actually easier to see some of these elements in some photos that I'd like to share with you. Starting with this one. This is, to the left is the dune area. The low profile stone wall underneath the drip line of the deck is shown here, and the coastal bank follows along that wall, and on this side it pops out onto the front lawn, which is shown in this photo. It actually pops out in this spot here and runs across this lawn. And then it continues. If I have another photo I can show you. It continues here across the driveway and actually intercepts another wall, and now it's following that wall, and then it's out of the flood zone. So it's sort of a unique coastal bank delineation on a fully developed lot. So again, with the plan, the small walls here pops across the lawn, across the driveway, and then it follows along that wall. The associated no disturbance zone A and outer buffer zone Bs are shown on the plan parallel to that line. You can see that the existing house is basically on or creating the coastal bank on this side. The proposal is to raise and reconstruct this home, shift it back from the top of the coastal bank. You can see by reference again in red line work the footprint of the existing house. I'll zoom in on that a little bit. You can see that we're pulling back in this area and removing the walls. We're proposing to build a new landscape wall that effectively follows in the same location as the existing wall in this location, but then it veers off and landward, allowing for regrading and elimination of the walkout house style. So there will no longer be a walkout, and this area will be regraded, and lawn will be proposed. There's also proposed brick patio and walkways on the south side. The existing driveway that you saw in the photos that is shown here with the red line work is all proposed to be removed and eliminated. And a new driveway is proposed to come off the new house with an attached garage and exit the property further up Indian Ridge Road in this location. The existing driveway is actually there's another section of pavement in this location as well. The existing septic system is shown. It's a leaching pit and an existing septic tank shown here. Those are proposed to be removed, and a new Title V septic system is proposed in its place. No increase in bedrooms, 4 present, 4 proposed. The proposed mitigation notes indicate, and I'll zoom in on those few. If you run through the math, there's a decrease in the A zone from 7,500 to 6,100. That's a total decrease of about 1,400 square feet. And there is a small increase in the B. That's due to the fact that we're pulling the whole proposed house and driveway landward and away from the resource areas. So there's actually a decrease of 1,125 overall square feet of impervious surface. We are proposing to remove some trees. I will zoom in on those for you. This area, this isn't a lawn area, landscaped. There's actually a little landscaped island here, and within the island there's a cherry tree here and double oak here, proposing to be removed. There is a proposed cherry located in this location on the south side of the house, proposed to be removed. There was a total of 4 noted on the plan. However, there's one additional twin oak that is proposed to be removed, and that came up in the staff report that I received, and that is right here. We missed this twin oak that's directly adjacent to the house that we're also planning to remove. So the total number of trees is 5 to be removed. As mitigation for the removal of those 5 trees, the applicant was proposing 8 eastern red cedars to be installed. And we've shown them in a row here. The location of those could vary, and there was a comment in the staff report about that I will get to in a minute. I wanted to also point out to you the edge of existing lawn and its interface with some existing landscape and invasive vegetation area. And I'm showing that with my mouse. This squiggly line here is that edge of lawn vegetation interface. And it meanders around over to this location as well. To make it more clear as to what that is, I'd like to show you in some photos what that looks like. Starting with this photo. And this photo shows a little footbridge leading to the neighbor, some yews, and then some invasive plant material in this location. I make reference to this photo. Let's see. This is a closer look at, can you see that photo?
Yes.
Yes.
That's a closer look at the invasive plant material. And then finally, this is just from the other direction, the same area, looking back at our proposed house to be removed as it relates to the neighboring house just to the south of our house. So this, you can see, is invasive plant material, and I'm very much aware that it has value for cover. So the plan proposes to install these cedar trees in that area. And there's a comment in the staff report about the cedar trees being planted in that area, and that since they're in an area that's naturally vegetated, they shouldn't be allowed to be counted as mitigation. I'm not going to disagree with that, but I'm going to say that we could move these trees. This is the preferred location. I don't think it impacts in any way impacts to resource areas. We can shift the septic system so the edge of it is outside of the invasives. We can move the cedar trees into the open lawn areas and cluster them. Or alternatively, we could come back with a proposal to do invasives management, plant the cedars in the desired location, and then supplement with additional native plant material. I would welcome your feedback on those two options. It was an item pointed out in the staff report, and we're happy to work with you in whatever direction you think is best. Other proposed elements of the site include dry wells, of course, will be installed for the roof runoff. There's a limit of work proposed at the very edge of the existing vegetation. I think there's one other photo that's kind of eye-opening. That would be this one. Oh, I think I showed you this, but the limit of work would track right along here so that all this stone work could be removed, and we could reconfigure with the new wall that's shifted and further back. Again, this is a redevelopment project, and we designed it to meet the standards at FWR 10.18. And I think that the proposal does accomplish that. I know that there's some questions about the B-zone vegetation. And as I had just said a few minutes ago, we're happy to take some direction from you and continue the hearing as you see fit to come back with a revised plan. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mike. Jen and or Kevin.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Staff did raise, Mr. Borselli knew our concerns about the B-zone vegetation about 2 weeks ago. It didn't just appear in the staff report this afternoon. So we did meet with him. We did talk about it. I did visit the staff after he asked me to, claiming or, citing that it was predominantly invasive. We're seeing more and more where invasive species are just being removed. We don't have a calculation of what's being removed. We don't have, I know it's invasive, but it does offer habitat, a wildlife habitat value. So this is fairly similar to the last one we saw on Cape Cotter. Staff is just asking for a calculation of vegetation being removed in the B zone. We didn't get that. So Mike said he would go back and look at either doing an invasive species management program, kind of shifting the septic. So I guess he's looking for direction from this board, but that was discussed about 2 weeks ago. Other than that, I don't think there was much else in the staff report, Mike. except for a concrete pad, I think either Alyssa or Kevin picked up on that wasn't calculated in the original mitigation calculations, but I don't think that's going to change your project at all. I don't think all of a sudden you're going to be required to put mitigation. So
Yeah, I could, if I could just direct you to that. That's on the existing conditions plan. I didn't even really pay much attention to it.
yeah, that's it.
We didn't count it, we didn't take it as a credit, and I don't even know what it is, to be honest with you.
They were just doing their jobs.
Yes.
So I think what now is Mr. Borselli is looking for some guidance on the B zone vegetation removal. But in the future, Mike, when you do have these types of plans, I do want to see a calculation of that vegetation being removed.
Yes, I did do the calculation.
You balls of you, but the invasive, I do.
Yes, while you were speaking, I measured it. And it's the area of vegetation contemplated to be removed in this corner is 1,000 plus or minus square feet. And you saw it in the photos. And
yeah, and I went to the site.
Yep.
Yeah. Like I said, I went. So I was there. I was out there the other day. I was a little suspect of your coastal dune transitioning to coastal bank, but we went out there and that delineation is correct. So that's it, Mr. Chairman. Anything, Kevin?
Nope, you hit the nail on the head.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, comments. Betsy?
So I would just as soon leave that vegetation. It's kind of under control. They're keeping it under control. And I would take those trees that you're doing, replacing for the trees that you're taking down. I would put, well, of course you can't see where I'm pointing, but I would put a cluster on either side of the paved driveway coming in.
I think I can direct you to what I think you're saying, which is here and here.
Correct. And we'll see what other people think, but that's what I think would improve habitat value, to make a little cluster of those trees.
Mm-hmm.
Good bets.
Yeah, and well, the only other thing, either Jen or Maury could suggest the best kind of spacing for a cluster like that.
Okay, Courtney.
I agree with Betsy.
Okay, Kevin.
No other comment.
I have no comments at this time.
Mark.
I don't have any comments.
Maury.
I agree with Betsy, and this isn't in the DCPC, is it, Jen?
No, it is right outside the DCPC.
Yes.
So DCPC actually ends on the other side of Indian Ridge Road. So the other side of that road is within the DCPC. This side of the road, they are outside of the DCPC.
Thank you.
First thing we check more.
Thank you. And Mike, if that's a private road, please put it on the plan.
I will. And I will try to remember to do that on all the private roads in the future.
Thank you. Peter.
Walsh, no questions.
Russ.
Robbins, no question.
Steve.
No question.
Okay, so Jen, are we looking at a continuance for revised
Yes.
plan?
Because if Betsy wants the trees shifted, Mike, I do believe you're gonna have to shift that septic, correct?
Yeah, I looked at that too, and I can shift the septic and the accompanying strip outside of the vegetation line.
Cool.
By shifting it further towards the tank and then reconfiguring the tank.
Okay, and then reconfiguring those cedars. I know why you want to put the cedars here. Those two houses are pretty close to each other. So could you do that in a week and get us that plan?
I can get you a revised plan by next Wednesday if you're suggesting continuance to April 15th. Yes, I can do that.
Yeah, why not? I mean, our agendas are pretty long because of a few weeks ago where we had to continue about 7 or 8 hearings. So let's just, this is an easy one. If we can just take care of this on the 15th, that would be great.
At the request of the applicant, we'll continue. to the 15th. Carlo Fox made the motion.
Gladfelter, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue until 4:15. Take the vote. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Bernie, aye.
Maury,
Carlo Hawks, aye.
Peter,
Wall, aye.
Russ,
Robbins, aye.
Steve, okay, we're unanimous for a continuance to 4:15. Thank you, Mike.
Great. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
You as
Mr.
well.
Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
Thomas or Greg, if you could place Mr. Borselli in the attendee list, that would be great. Mr. Chairman, just to let you know, for the next hearing, there are a number of people that are being promoted to panelists. I believe the next project is the Meadow Neck project, so you're going to have the project team, as well as a representative from Woods Hole Group that provided you the peer review consultants report. Okay, so I'm going to start moving those attendees to panelists.
Okay, I'm gonna call up that project.
Okay, thank you.
Cape House 11 LLC, 207-217-223 Meadow Neck Road, East Falmouth, Mass, for permission to enhance and reconstruct an existing coastal engineered structure and to extend the structure along the shoreline. Do we have a quorum for this?
Let's see.
Yes, we
Oh,
do.
yes.
Yes, we do. It's Courtney, Kevin, Betsy, Russ, Steve, Peter, Mark.
All right. So I'm not on the quorums, but I will still moderate. Unless somebody has a problem with that. Okay, Jen, who's starting with us?
1 second, Mr. Chairman. I'm just making sure I have everyone. And so I have, where's Dawn? Oh, Mr. Monroe from Coastal Engineering Company. I believe Erica Norman from Coastal Engineering Company, Jim O'Connell on behalf of the applicants, Attorney Madija on behalf of the applicant, and Adam Finkel from the Woods Hole Group, who was your peer review consultant. Dawn, is there anyone else I need to promote from the attendee list? Space bar to unmute yourself, Dawn.
Sorry about that. Yes.
Okay.
A newbie to Zoomy.
Yeah. Not the first one tonight, so you'll be fine. Anybody else who would like me to promote up, or is this your project team?
Actually, at this time, no, but like I told you in the chat, Nick Crawford's in the.
Nick Crawford. How is Nick labeled? I don't see a Nick Crawford in our in the attendee panelists list. Sometimes they put a name in.
Hi, Jennifer. This is Greg Banworth from the IT department. We did get a chat from admin to all panelists and attendees saying me. Could that person please state their full name for the committee?
Dawn Monroe.
All right, that is Nick Crawford. So Jennifer, if you could please promote that person.
That would be the admin?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Not a problem, Don. I knew it was Missing somebody. I just couldn't figure out who. Okay.
And we see.
Me, Nick Crawford. I see it in the chat now.
Can we see
Okay.
faces? Can we see faces with names like there's several people there, Eric and Norman?
There's Nick.
Hi, Nick.
Beautiful.
There's Jamie.
Who's doing the presentation?
I will be Don Monroe from Coastal
Okay.
Engineering. Would you like me to start, share screen, or?
Yes, please.
Okay, first, I'd like to just bring up the Woods Hole Group peer review, just as a starting point. This is a project that you saw before. It was and is a coastal engineered structure that we're placing on a coastal bank in front of 2 pre-78 homes. And the reason I want to go to the Woods Hole Group report first is to show you a photograph here that during the on-site visit that we had with the agent as well as Woods Hole Group and Coastal Engineering, there was a timely southwest event during a high tide. And it just shows that the toe of the bank is constantly being inundated by water and tidal influence. Also, just give me a moment. They do mention in their opening statements about the project that during their visit, in which we were all there, that there was a substantial wind event that was taking place during that particular on-site. Having said that, give me a moment. I'm going to attempt to, I think I need to.
Hi, Mr. Monroe. If you're hoping to actually show that video, I would remind you that you want to actually stop sharing, if possible.
Yep. Okay.
So you want to go to the top of your screen, and there should be a stop sharing button. I can do that for you if you wish.
Oh, I see it. Yep. Stop share. I got it.
Yep.
Okay.
Now, again, you want to hit the share button.
Yep. Oh, yeah. There we go. Yep.
Yep. And you want to share computer sound and optimize screen sharing for video clip. You want to tick both of those options before you click the share button.
Thank you for reminding me, and I have the note right here.
All right. Awesome. And just remember, after you're done showing this video, you need to stop sharing your screen, unclick those options to show the other documents.
Thank you very much. So it'll take a couple of seconds for this video to come up on the screen so everybody can see it. The reason we're showing this particular video is so that the commissioners that weren't able to be at the on-site with the third-party review, this will give
Friday.
This will give you an idea during the Southwest
February
wind event
2nd at 2 p.m.
This was a week before the on-site, and this is the owner taking the video. And as you can see, the waves that are consistently hitting the shoreline at the toe of this bank. And this isn't even a storm event. This is just a southwest wind event. So this is the reason why we're in front of you to get permission to construct a rock revetment to protect the properties above. Let's see, stop share. Share screen. And then share again. So what we did as a result of that on-site, we did some changes to the plan based on some suggestions by your own peer review people. And that I'll bring up on the screen. Make sure I get the right one. Oh, I'm sorry, it's the PowerPoint. Nope, Sorry, wrong one. Thanks for your patience. So it was suggested by Woods Hole Group that reviewed it that we consider moving the revetment tighter into the coastal bank to follow the contours of the bank, as well as consider reducing the elevation, and then also with input from Jim O'Connell, who we hired as a coastal geologist to help us with formulating some changes to the plan. So the original plan, this is what it looks like, or what it looked like when we first proposed. The outline in yellow is what was proposed originally for revetment protection. The second slide, you see the reduction. We've reduced the height so that we're not up the coastal bank as high, which also plays into Jennifer's request for us to consider habitat. So going from this design to that design gives us this amount of room to do mitigation planting in addition to the planting that they're already in process doing. That's why we brought Nick Crawford on, because we wanted him to increase the amount of vegetation and planting on the top of the coastal bank, as well as down the base of the coastal bank, just above our proposed revetment. We also brought the toe of it back, the toe of the revetment in tighter to the bank, so that we increase the habitat that's available on the coastal beach. So we tried to address that through input from your own third-party review group, as well as Jim O'Connell, that's on our particular team for coastal geology review. And I might have Jim speak to that at a later point. The next thing I'd like to show you is that we did do a number of things and submitted a number of things to you. One of the first things we, not one of the first things, but one of the things I'd like to share that we sent to you is, give me a second to load up. In our submittal, we submitted Jim O'Connell's report. That's quite an extensive report. It's pretty self-explanatory. Jim writes a great report. It has lots of photographs and lots of things that he describes and explains in his report. If there's any questions, we'll probably definitely have Jim speak to that. Then also there's some other supplemental information that the commission was looking for. That was submitted as well. We added performance standards that were not in the original filing: land under ocean, salt marsh, and I believe those are the land containing shellfish, only because we're within 100 feet of those resource areas. So we did respond to the request that we expand our performance standards narrative. Also, there, at the end of this particular submittal, there's, we proposed a beach monitoring and nourishment protocol. So we used the CZM transect method of calculating the volume of material we think we'll need to place on the beach. That was provided. And also we did a response to the staff's particular report. And you can read through that. It won't go, it's kind of a long dissertation. So that's more, if you could read that, that'd be great. But we are looking for your approval based on your third-party review report, our report from our own coastal geologist, and evidence by the storm video that we, not storm video, but the video that we showed of the wind event, as well as the evidence in the Woods Hole Group's report about the wind event that took place during the on-site meeting with them and the agent. So at that stage, I think it'd be nice, I don't know if Jim's on the line, if he could maybe just briefly speak to his report. So what do? I stop sharing? Is that true?
You did.
And before I guess before we open up to questions, because I know there's probably going to be some questions, be good for Jim just to give a brief discussion of his report.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. My face isn't up there, that's good. For the record, Jim O'Connell, a coastal geologist and a certified floodplain manager with Coastal Advisory Services. I was asked by the applicant and the project team to do an analysis of the coastal resources on site, the coastal processes that are driving the changes that you just saw on the slides that's causing the erosion, and also to provide an opinion based on my analysis of whether looking at the alternatives and the preferred alternative that was selected, just provide an opinion, my opinion on whether it was compliant with the DEP and the Falmouth Wetland Protection Regulations. So you just saw the report. The report, the February 13th report contains 20 figures and photos that back up my analysis, document my analysis actually. And very briefly, the coastal bank on this site is eroding and it's highly unstable. In my report, I have an image, a figure of a DEP, a former DEP wetlands resource map that shows a coastal dune on the site. So not only is the coastal bank eroding and highly unstable, but there once several decades ago was a large coastal dune fronting this entire property, which no longer exists. The beach has lowered, which is allowing, as you saw, is allowing minor and even moderate storm waves. They're not even storm waves, moderate waves to reach the toe of the bank and cause further further erosion and slumping of the bank itself. If you went on the outside, on the north side of the property, you'll see along the entire property that the beach elevation has also lowered, allowing these minor and moderate storm waves. We've seen an increase, at least I've been seeing an increase in the frequency and the intensity of storms out of the southern quadrants, which I have not seen in the past, and I've seen this in a lot of other properties along the south side of the Cape, affecting coastal banks. If you went on the site, you would have seen on the north side, there's a significant slump block that is an imminent condition to cause a major slump on the bank fronting the 217 property on the north side. That's going to result in the loss of a number of mature trees and shrubs and grasses and so forth. So that is an imminent danger of slumping now. The causes of the erosion are pretty obvious. Relative sea level rise. We're seeing increased storms, winds, or at least increased winds from the southeast quadrants, causing more erosion. But importantly, there's in an analysis of aerial photographs, there are 21 revetments, 34 groins, 2 jetties confining a man-made, a human-made inlet on the south side of this property, and on the north side of the property, there's a 900 I believe 60-foot vertical bulkhead that's protruding much farther seaward than this existing bank itself. On the screen here, you can see the I'm not sure what year it is. It just said 1992 to 1999 DEP wetland map. You can see the extensive dune fronting these properties, and if you go there today, you'll see that there is no dune available now. Don, are you in control of moving these? That's all right. So in any event, the existence of all these anthropogenic projects on the south side are clear evidence that this entire shoreline, including the 906-foot bulkhead on the north side that was approved by the commission in 2012, that there's a serious issue in terms of southwest and south winds causing erosion of a lot of the banks along this entire shoreline. So,
through the chair, Jamie, I would like to say to Jim, yes, I'm in control of it. So if he wants me to go to a particular page, I can.
Yeah, you could just scroll down, maybe start on page 4, the figures 5, which just show the existing conditions during our on-site visit. Keep going. Basically, I'm not sure if all the commissioners got to go there. There's the coastal bank, you can see it's pretty significant. We're losing a lot of the mature trees and the shrubs and so forth. And a lot of it being caused by natural causes, but it's also being caused by the engineered structures along this entire shoreline, which again is evidence that there is a significant erosion and storm damage potential problem along here. Next one, keep moving up, Don. Now here on the north side of the property, you can see that you can see the major slump block. This is just several feet south of that 960-foot vertical bulkhead that's on the north side, permitted. But you can see that slump is in imminent condition to completely collapse. Keep going, Don. There's the bulkhead. There's the location of the slump there. And you can see that there's end scour being caused. You can see the sandbags there. There's end scour being caused, which is affecting the property on 217. And keep going, Don. It's basically the middle section of the property. In the distance here, we're in front of 223 now. You can see that keep going, yeah, right there. You can see that there's a significant loss of vegetation on the south side as well, fronting the 223 Meadow Neck Road property. You can see that there's rack lines in front of it and the beach is eroded. Now there's an existing stone wall, which you can see here, and this is actually the only section that has a compound bank. The north side, which you just saw with the major slump, you've gone on the south side, you can see this loss of vegetation. Here in the central portion, there's actually a small 2-foot coastal bank on the right-hand side of the screen, and then land subject to coastal storm flowage, and then the secondary bank. That coastal bank on the seaward side is rapidly eroding. Once that area of land subject to coastal storm flowage erodes, which is very narrow, and it's only a 2-foot high bank, it's going to hit that wall, and that wall is very shallow rooted, according to the engineers, and that is in imminent danger of collapse, and that's going to happen in the very near future. Keep going, Don. Just pointing out that, keep going. It's in the velocity zone, almost to the top of the bank, elevation 13. Keep going, Don. 1 foot 4 miles fetch, which is contributing to the designation of the velocity zone. Just another shot of the end scour that's trying to be mitigated by the sandbags from that permitted bulkhead. Keep going. And here's just a picture of the area photograph where I was able to count the number of coastal engineering structures. You can see where the properties are located, and you can see the revetments and groins, the jetties, the artificial man-made inlet, plus the bulkhead on the north side. And then there's 5 additional groins on the north side, north of the bulkhead itself. I'll keep going, Don. Just basically a close-up. I can keep going. Coastal Engineering Company calculated the erosion rate from 1966 to 2018. It comes out to be about 1.3, 1.4 feet per year. He had mentioned there was a mitigation plan approved by the commission in 2017, Wilkins Ecological Designs Plan. I believe that was begun to help stabilize the upper part of the bank, but it had to be halted because of the significant erosion that has happened in recent years.
Oh, all right.
So then basically they just asked me my opinion to look at the alternatives that they analyzed and the preferred alternative, and just give my opinion of whether I thought it was compliant with the DEP and the Falmouth Wetland Protection Regulations. And I, as well as the Woods Hole Group report I noted, came to the same conclusion. They also analyzed the coastal processes, and they analyzed the potential compliance and the alternatives, and I think we both arrived we think that the preferred alternative is the most reasonable alternative to provide some long-term protection to these 2 pre-1978 buildings. But I'll let the Woods Hole Group, if you all just address their report. But we did come to the same conclusion that the preferred alternative, after reviewing all the others, is the most appropriate and reasonable long-term to be able to protect those pre-1978 buildings. I'll leave it there.
So thank you, Jim. So I guess what we would like is if it's appropriate to have questions now, or I don't know, it's up to the chair. I guess what would we do next?
Did you want to have Woods Hole Group speak?
certainly that would be great. But so I'll unshare and then see if Woods Hole Group wants to take over the screen.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Good evening. My name is Adam Finkel. I'm a coastal scientist and professional wetland scientist with the Woods Hole Group. And just because we've heard quite a bit from the project team at this point, I'll very briefly describe what our tasks were associated with this project. And I think that if it's amenable to the commission, I'll focus a bit more on the various alternatives that we considered for the site, because I know that that was a specific question that the commission had. So Woods Hole Group was hired to conduct a peer review of the notice of intent application that was originally filed back in October, and the subsequent amendments that were submitted in mid and late February by Coastal Engineering and by Coastal Advisory Services. So our charge was to review and evaluate the documents that were filed with the notice of intent application, have a look at the engineering plans and the design, and conduct an independent analysis of the coastal resource areas and coastal processes that were impacting the site. And that included a site visit to the properties conducted in mid-February with the conservation administrator from Falmouth, Jen, and representatives from Coastal Engineering and Coastal Advisory. So during the site visit, we considered the slope width and stability of the coastal beach, coastal bank, and various coastal resource areas abutting the site, likely directions of sediment transport, and the presence and impact of adjacent coastal engineering structures. And based on that initial assessment, we considered the efficacy of various alternatives that could potentially be used to stabilize the coastal bank at the site. So Don certainly spoke to the existing conditions and referenced our report, where we did note that the site visit was conducted at high tide. The day was breezy. 1 to 2 foot waves were consistently breaking above the mean high water line, which had been staked at the site prior to the site visit. And the coastal beach remained almost completely inundated for the duration of the site visit, with the waves regularly running up to the toe of the coastal bank and or the land subject to coastal storm flowage present on the site. During the site visit, we noticed, so this property does have a coastal bank that faces to the south that abuts salt marsh, and no improvements are proposed along that stretch of coastal bank. But when you compare that location to the sections of coastal bank that were directly abutting Wacoit Bay, you saw a dramatic difference. And not to reiterate what has already been emphasized, but at both the extreme southern and extreme northern end of the coastal bank that was directly abutting Wacoit Bay, we noticed dramatically higher rates of erosion along those sections, with several large trees and root wads and swaths of woody vegetation that had cleaved off of the coastal bank and had created hazardous conditions along the coastal bank. And as noted, there was a large section of coastal bank that had fractured and was at imminent risk of collapse, located in close proximity to the southern terminus of the 900 plus foot vertical bulkhead located north of the site. So following the site visit, we considered the following alternatives, their viability relative to the conditions that we had observed while on site. So we considered a no action alternative, a bank stabilization that includes, blanketing the coastal bank, nourishing the coastal beach, and installing restoration plantings on the slope. We then considered quar envelopes with beach nourishment along the toe of the coastal bank, a fiber roll array along the toe of the coastal bank, again with subsequent beach nourishment. And then the fifth alternative that we considered was a sloping rock revetment. With regard to the no action alternative, we observed the fact that much of the shoreline north and south of the parcels was heavily armored, which limited the quantity and quality of the sediment that was migrating along the shore. And so with a limited supply of sediment available from the neighboring properties, we expected the coastal resource areas that were fronting these two dwellings to continue to erode in earnest. And so given the increased risk posed to the coastal resource areas and the pre-78 dwellings, we eliminated the no action alternative from consideration. With regard to the blanketing, slope stabilization, beach nourishment, and native plantings, we did acknowledge the fact that some slope stabilization has already occurred along the section of the coastal bank that abuts the salt marsh at the south end of the project site. Again, that's not a location where this revetment is currently proposed. But again, without any stabilization along the toe of the coastal bank, and without a reliable source of sediment from the adjacent parcels, we acknowledge that sand would need to be placed on a regular basis, almost at a pace that you wouldn't be able to keep up with, to maintain a design beach profile. And so without stabilizing the toe, without an infinite source of sand, it was expected that large sections of the bank and land subject to coastal storm flowage would continue to erode. So we did also eliminate the bank stabilization, beach nourishment, and native planting alternative. And with regard to the quar envelopes and the fiber roll array, which were both considered, we acknowledged 100% that coastal bioengineering, including envelopes and fiber rolls, can be remarkably effective in quiescent, low energy environments. However, the project site, as noted by the project team, is located in a velocity zone, which extends all the way up to elevations 13 and 14. The line actually runs right through the middle of the parcel, which is exposed to that 1.5 mile fetch southwest across Wacoit Bay. And so given the site and the highly dynamic nature of the shoreline in that location, it's likely that any coastal bioengineering system that's installed in that location would have an exceedingly short design life, which again would put the pre-78 dwellings at risk. And so therefore we removed both coastal bioengineering alternatives from consideration, both the quar envelopes and the fiber roll array. I think it's also worth noting one of the reasons that we came to that conclusion, again, in a quiescent environment where you can maintain a designed beach profile out in front of these structures, backfilled over the top of them, they have a pretty solid design life. But when quar material is frequently inundated with salt water and frequently exposed to UV radiation, sunlight, it tends to degrade at a pretty rapid pace. And so we noted both of those facts in the report. And lastly, we considered the sloping rock revetment that had been proposed. And so unlike the bulkhead located north of the project site, the revetment isn't vertical, which would allow storm waves to run up the structure and reduce wave refraction, erosion, and scour along the beach located seaward of the structure. But we still we still acknowledge the fact that significant sand nourishment would need to be placed on the beach, and that it would erode during normal higher high tides and moderate storm events. So there would need to be some level of maintenance in that location. So given the dynamic nature of the site, the high base flood elevations extending all the way up to elevation 14, presence of coastal engineering structures both north and south of the property, it's expected that a sloping rock revetment would provide some level of protection to the pre-78 structures. And so we selected that as our preferred alternative as well. I won't get into too much detail because Don did acknowledge this during his introduction, but we made several general recommendations relative to the proposed design. And just wanted to note tonight that many of the recommendations that we made were taken into consideration during the subsequent drafts of the design, which were completed after the February 10th site visit. And the recommendations that we made were specific to this project, but they were recommendations that we would be making regardless of where a project like this might be proposed. And so I'll stop there and turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you, Adam. Don, do you have anything to add before I open up the comments?
Yes, just quickly want to stress that when we first presented it, we presented it that this is the most and only viable alternative for this site based on all of the evidence that we've shown, based on 2 expert companies and geologists and scientists. So we would still rely on that, and we still, as engineers, stand by that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Sure. Jen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So you have all your information. Your peer review consultant was hired to explore alternatives to the proposed project. Were there any additional alternatives? So you have that report. Just a couple of questions to both Don and Adam. Nick, we're not leaving you out. I did review your plan. It's consistent with your other plans, so I don't really have many questions on the planting plan. So thank you. So first of all, thank you to the applicant for addressing the wildlife habitat concerns. Don, can you speak to your monitoring program?
Yes. Let me open that up. I think that's under the supplemental. So give me a second here.
You can just generally tell us. You don't have to share the screen if you don't want to, but.
Okay. Well, because there's no CZM transects available in this area, we do have survey information, and we use that survey information to determine what might be a reasonable erosion rate. And that erosion rate we came up with was approximately 245 cubic yards of sediment per year.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then what we would propose, if the commission would allow it to be in the order of conditions, not only that, but also allow us to do transects along the beach over time to make sure that that isn't an overburden, because I think the commission, as well as the agent, has expressed concern about sediment that was placed in front of the vertical bulkhead, and it was filling in the, I guess, one of the mouth of Hamlin Pond, or which down the way. So we wouldn't want to be introducing the same problem. We don't think that we will be, because we're a much further distance away from that particular location. But still, it would be nice to be able to monitor it, because we do not want to add too much sediment to affect other resource areas.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's kind of what we proposed, Jennifer.
Okay. Nope. I'm just asking that. And Adam, one of the recommendations that Woods Hole Group had made was to install native coastal salt tolerant potted and plug plantings through erosion control blankets. Is that at the base of the wall to kind of beef up the salt marsh in that area, or?
No, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear on that. So install the native coastal salt tolerant potted and plug plantings through the blankets that would be installed in areas that are disturbed above at
Okay,
elevations
okay,
above
perfect.
the sloping rock revetment.
Okay. Okay, and back to Dawn, can you explain to the commission how, because I know there are a couple of commissioners that are concerned on how you're going to protect that little bit of salt marsh when you're installing the tow stones?
Yes. That's a difficult question because it is a salt marsh. So what we've done in the past is usually we'll build these during the winter months so that the salt marsh has gone dormant. And then we'll have whatever contractor goes in, use marsh mats to protect the existing marsh to do the installation. Then once the tow stones are installed and covered over, the salt marsh will still be in front of that particular portion of the revetment. And we've had success doing it that way in other towns. So we suspect we'll get the same results because we're doing it during the dormant season. We're using marsh mats to dissipate the load over the marsh so that it doesn't create ruts or things like that.
Well, it was my understanding, Don, that your clients wanted to get this done as soon as possible. Are you now saying that it won't be done until the winter months to protect the salt marsh? I mean, there was a big push to get this permitted because everything was so, you know.
Still have that. Yeah, you're right.
So how are we protecting the salt marsh when installing the tow stones?
So we will still use marsh mats over the marsh to protect the marsh. We won't have the ideal situation of it being frozen, but we will be able to use mats that are large enough so that it dissipates the load so that we don't introduce ruts or things like that into the salt marsh. And then once, just like when we do dock installation, there is some traffic when docks are installed along the side of the docks through salt marshes. It does recover because that in those instances, it's a light load. So if we distribute the load broad enough over the base, then we won't be disturbing the peat nor compacting the peat below. And we can use in that location, because we're using smaller rock at the toe of this particular revetment compared to the larger rock, we can use a smaller machine than the largest excavator. We could use not a mini, but a mid-size excavator, which also would allow the point load and the distributed load to be more distributed over the marsh mats.
Okay, could you have about from the base of your wall to the marsh like a little over 10 feet? So he can do that and not disturb that. That's what
Yes, and also I think we discussed also, Jennifer, on the site when we were at that third-party review on site, we have a contractor that can actually build a wall from the side, so we won't have to be out in front of the wall, in front of that salt marsh. So the way that happens is the contractor comes up to the coastal bank in that location, excavates out enough of the bank so that the machine can sit sideways, and then he builds the rock wall from, in this location, from the north back to the south, backing up, so that he would actually, most of his track would be in the track of what would end up being the revetment.
Okay.
He's actually doing one over in New Seabury right now. It's a big one, but he's building it all from the side.
Okay. That's it for right now, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Kevin, do you have anything? Kevin Newton?
No, sir.
Thank you. Okay, we'll open up the comments. Betsy?
No, I have no comments. I have enough information to make a decision, and I just want to thank the team for some very interesting reports and responses to our question.
Courtney? Courtney, I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
I said I can add nothing to Betsy's comments. I agree.
Thank you. Kevin?
Um, I think they've done a very good job of demonstrating that it may be the only reasonable thing to do. It's just that it leaves me in the position of where do we stop? But as far as the presentation is concerned, I have enough information. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark?
I certainly have enough information. Thank you.
Thank you. Russ?
Yeah, I'm good to go, Mr. Chairman. I'm ready to vote this.
Thank you. Steve?
Agree with the previous commenters. Ready to go.
Okay. Thank you to all parties for your perseverance. What are you guys thinking?
So I'm
What do you
thinking,
mean, Mr. Chair?
I'm thinking, I'm thinking I'm gonna make a motion.
Please do.
Okay, so, motion to close the hearing and take it under advisement.
Whitney
Second.
Bird, I'll second that.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to close the hearing. Any further comments from the commissioners?
May I
Don't-
comment when you're, when the moment's right?
Sorry,
When the moment's right, may I comment, sir?
who is this?
This is Jamie Medea, and I'm legal counsel for the proponent.
Okay. Yeah,
Um,
please
My
go.
question, and I want to compliment you on running this so smoothly and so well. I've been watching all night, and you're doing a terrific job. I've seen quite a few conservation commissions in recent weeks, and yours is far and away more prepared to do this. So thank you.
Thank you. We have a great board.
You do, you really do. And your third-party expert was quite thorough. I wanted to make sure I understand what you usually do if you vote to close the hearing and take it under advisement, as compared to if you close the hearing and take a vote. What's the difference?
Well, tonight we're voting to, the motion on the table right now is to close the hearing, take it under advisement. And then at a subsequent meeting, probably next week, week after, would be to vote on an order of conditions.
And can I ask what the reason would be for not making your vote tonight when we're all present and you've heard all the presentations?
You mean for the order of conditions?
I've heard it done, and I'm sure Jennifer, Ms. Lincoln can speak otherwise, but in some commissions, they vote to close the hearing, and if they're ready, they vote supportively for a draft of the order of conditions to be done, to be voted on at the next meeting. In other words, all they're doing between meetings is getting the draft put together. The vote's already been taken to have the draft order of conditions prepared.
Yeah, that's not the
Attorney
pro-
Matt, oh, so you want me to answer that, Jamie? As I explained on the phone when we spoke about this, that is not the policy of this commission. They've never done that. They always absorb the information that was presented to them this evening, and we'll discuss it and deliberate on it another evening. Go on, Jamie. I mean, Chairman Matthews, sorry.
Did that adequately answer your question?
Yes, sir. It answers my question that it's not your policy, and it's not your habit. Then I'll just close and get off with reference to while you're deliberating. I know you all know the regulations quite well, and it specifies at 10.303 that the coastal engineering structure shall be permitted when required to prevent storm damage to buildings constructed prior to the effective date. then there's 3 criteria. And it's that the applicant demonstrate no method of protecting the building other than the proposed coastal engineering structure is feasible. And I listened very hard to what Adam Winkle had to say, as well as our own consultants. And I think they reached that conclusion. So thank you for your courtesy in letting me ask that question. And I will mute my phone, mute my Zoom.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. We ready for a vote? Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Bernie, aye.
Russ,
Robbins, aye.
Steve.
Patton, aye.
Unanimous. The hearing is closed. Thank you, all parties.
Thank you, folks, for staying with it all night long.
Thank you to the app projects team, and thank you, Woods Hole Group.
Thank you.
Okay.
Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thomas or
Stay
Greg,
safe.
I need to move people back into the attendees list and move our last project this evening up to a panelist. So moving down to attendees would be Dawn Monroe, admin, Adam Finkel, Jamie Madija, and Jim O'Connell, and Erica Norman. Thank you. And I am moving Jeremy Packard of Foth Engineering up as a panelist for the amended project knob.
Okay, next up, request to amend the existing order of conditions. Quistit Harbor Preservation Trust, Woods Hole, Falmouth, Mass. For permission to amend DEP number SE 25-4430 to revise the proposed method for temporary access during construction and to revise the extent of bank stabilization work proposed as a result of recent coastal storm damage.
1 second, Mr. Chairman. Thomas or Greg, Adam Finkel needs to be down to an attendee, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you, gentlemen. Jeremy, are you awake? Oh, and admin.
Still here.
I can still see poor Nick. They're working on it.
Oh wait, no, no. So Nick's gonna stay on for our presentation.
Oh, excellent. I'm sorry about that, Nick. Mr. Chairman, Jeremy, you're awake. That's good. And
You want Adam off?
I don't know.
Who's presenting for this, Jim?
Yeah, he is. It would be Mr. Packard.
Jeremy, we're ready when you are.
Okay, you guys hear me all right?
Yes.
Great. All right, I'm gonna start sharing.
There you are.
One quick question, Jeremy, does Dana want to speak this evening? Should I move Dana up to a panelist or?
I'm not sure if he's planning to speak, but you can move him up anyway.
I'm going to move
just in
Dana
case,
Roden from Quistit Harbor Trust up as a panelist, just in case he wants to say anything, Mr. Chairman. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Dana. Okay.
Jeremy, you with us?
Yep, we ready? Yeah, let's wait for everybody else.
Nope, go ahead.
Okay, cool. Great. Well, good evening, everybody. My name is Jeremy Packard. I'm with Fourth Infrastructure and Environment. I'm here on behalf tonight on behalf of Quista Harbor Preservation Trust and Salt Pond Bird Sanctuaries. Nick Crawford from Crawford Land Management is also here as part of the team. And so we're here to discuss a project that you guys had first seen towards the late 2018, December 2018, I think was the first time we presented this to you guys. And then it was continued. The order of conditions for the project was initially issued in February of 2019, so early last year. It's been a little over a year. Just to quick refresher, this involves maintenance work, the stone revetment out at Quistit Knob, section is shown here in dark, as well as some coastal bank stabilization over on the Quistit Harbor side. So in the past year or so, after the order of conditions was issued, we've gone through the full gamut of regulatory authorizations with DEP, Army Corps, CZM, MEPA, just really everybody that we could possibly have take a look at this project. And we've also been in close coordination with a number of contractors as well, qualified contractors that we feel are the right fit for this type of job in this kind of environmentally sensitive area. So with that said, the reason I'm here tonight is to request an amendment to the order conditions as issued for a revised access plan for the project, as well as a little bit of additional coastal bank stabilization due to recent damage. So first I'll focus on the access piece. So initially last year, the approved plan reflected coming from the Quistit Harbor House parking lot, construction equipment proceeding down the existing clearing, cleared path until they got just about to the top of the coastal bank here. Most of you guys are probably familiar with the area. So this is really where you first start getting some view of Buzzards Bay. So the initial approved plan was to, right before the existing wooden staircase, we were going to clear down the coastal bank there to access the beach. And then we were going to place some temporary stone on mats along the beach and into the intertidal and land under ocean area along the front of the revetment. So all the access was proposed and approved as seaward access. This would allow both construction equipment, material access, as well as provide a platform for the contractors to work from for the reconstruction. So that plan, we after the initial presentation to you guys, we went back and did an eelgrass survey. So we have added the eelgrass to the plan. So we have no direct impacts there. But either way, there was a fair amount of intertidal impact here, seaward of the revetment. So since then, since we've had all this time to kind of rethink the project, talk to contractors, we've come up with this idea here for a landward access approach, and really trying to maximize the efficiency of the construction and minimize the time that we're spending out there. The more time we're out there, the more impacts are being seen, and the more people are restricted to actually use this area. A lot of people in town use it, and even in the region and the state, people travel to come here for it. So we're really looking to get in, get the work done, get out of there as quick as possible. So with that goal in mind, this new proposed plan basically follows the same route until we get to the top of that coastal bank just before the wooden staircase. From there, we're looking to continue along the existing walking path. Right now, it's anywhere from 4 to 6, 7 feet wide. So we propose to widen that path to about 15 feet. There's a chance that we only end up going about 12 feet wide. I think that's talking to some of the contractors that they need at least 12, and they think they can get away with that. We're requesting to widen out to 15 just to make sure that we have enough room. So continue along the existing walking path here until we get to this area here is right before the existing stone staircase. Right here that most people are, and right before you get to the causeway. So continue along the existing walking path until we get to the causeway. At that point, it'll split left and right. The left will go to allow access to the coastal bank stabilization area. And as we continue along the causeway, the contractor will be able to work from the top of the bank for the most part along this long low section here. We call this long low part until we get to the dumpstone wedge is what we call this area here. So this work will all be performed from the top, likely. And once we get to this area, in order to traverse out to the northwest wedge, the plan is to dismantle this piece just enough to be able to get a machine across. And this is where they'll still have some of the intertidal impacts that are already approved here. They'll be placing mats out in front of the revetment in this location, which will allow them to just place just a couple stones, just enough to give themselves a platform to safely traverse over to the northwest wedge. At this location, they're thinking they once they get in the middle of it, they can reach basically up and down to set toe stones and set these stones up on the berm. And then so once the work's complete here, they work themselves back out, removing any of this material they had placed already, restoring all this bank here, or the revetment rather, and then working their way right back out of the project. So obviously the main concern with this access is the removal of vegetation necessary and also the replanting. And that's where Nick's going to talk a little bit more about the details involved there. But I'll just say that we looked at the trees that would be required specifically to allow construction equipment to access the area, and we're looking at a total of seven cherry trees that are not in very good condition. Dana was actually one of the ones that went out there and really looked at each individual spot and what trees might have to be removed. So some are uprooted, some are just in poor condition. There are no like really nice, beautiful trees that we're going to lose as part of this work. And besides that, it's really just minor trimming and that type of removal. But like I said, so Nick Crawford Land Management is kind of handling the revegetation and removal and restoration piece of it. So I'm going to pull up his plan now and I'll let him jump into it. No, can't hear you, Nick.
Nick,
Tom, oh, did I just hear Nick?
oh, you heard me saying he's trying to speak and we're not hearing him.
Yeah.
Gregor Thomas, I believe Nick Crawford is having a little bit of difficulty with his audio. Could someone assist him, please? Thank you.
Nick's not in the list of participants.
He is
No.
listed under the admin name, if I remember correctly. Just bear with me one moment.
Okay.
No,
Thank you,
he's
Tom.
listed under admin. I can see Nick.
Yeah. Yes, Thomas is right that Nick is the admin and his mic is unmuted. So I would just encourage him to one second. Right. All right. Nick's given us a visual that he just asked us for 1 second as he continues to tried to fix his audio issues. Thank you all for your patience.
Jen, how late can we legally go?
Midnight, Jamie.
We'll be fine, Jamie. We can always vote the orders next week. That'd be fine.
Nick, could you give me a visual if you are still having audio problems? All right, Nick is still having audio problems. Here's what I'm going to do, Nick. I am going to get you a telephone number that you can ring into to give us audio in with your visual. So if you all will please give us about 60 seconds, we should be able to get Nick in on a phone call to fix our audio problems.
Thank you, Greg.
All right, Nick, I just sent you via chat way too many numbers, but you can just use the first number, which is New York number with a webinar ID. If you cannot see the chat at the moment, if you give me a visual with a hands up, then I will send that to you elsewhere. All right, cool. I got a thumbs up. So feel free to dial that first number if you wish. That's from New York. It'll ask for webinar ID. And then what I would suggest is you make sure that your desktop or mobile device is on mute and that the mobile device that you are using is on speakerphone and that it should match up. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. This is a somewhat common occurrence, so Nick seems to be catching on pretty quickly.
Greg, I ran into that issue today on another webinar. And
yeah, so sometimes
took me a minute to figure it out, but I did.
Yeah. All right, sir. Do you want to give us a speak to see if we can hear you? Nick, do you hear us? All right. Is your phone on mute or is it live? Oh, no, I got it. Don't worry about it. Wait 1 second. This is my issue here right now. All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hang on 1 second. Just turn the sound off my computer so I'm not doubling up here.
There you go. Thank you very much, sir, for being in front of that. But we can now hear you in full. Thank you very much for your patience.
All right. So Nick Crawford from Crawford Land Management. We put together 2 documents for this project. One was a restoration protocol for basically the installation and restoration of the access road itself, and the other was for the restoration plan to revegetate the access road. So I'll just do a brief synopsis on the protocol really quick, since it is late. So once the access areas and the extent of the road layout are staked out, we would install siltation barriers in any areas that would require them. Anything upslope wouldn't need it, but anything downslope where there's the potential or risk for runoff and erosion, we would. The vegetation within the road layout would be mechanically removed and properly disposed of off-site at a stump dump. As far as the trees go, like Jeremy said, there's 7 trees to be removed inside the road layout. In addition to that, I did label on our plan a handful of cedars that would need to be limbed up to a height of probably about 10, 12 feet is my guess in order to get clearance for the machines. Once the access road layout is defined and the siltation barriers are in and the vegetation has been removed, it was my recommendation to remove the upper soil horizons so that they have something that is more stable to drive on, as all the materials will need to be brought out there via this access road. So those soils would be stockpiled on site with erosion control measures around them, either in the form of silt fence or biowattles or both. And we have both of those staging areas or the parking lot if there's not enough room for both staging and soil staging. So once that's done, the project would commence. All the materials and all the equipment would be brought out on the access road once it's basically scraped down to a suitable substrate. Something sandy, something that's not going to compact very much, and something that's not going to turn into a muddy mess either. Once the revetment construction is done, it was my intention in the protocol that on the contractor's way out, or whoever is in charge of this component, to decompact the soils and scarify them to a depth of 12 to 18 inches or 2 inches below the any compaction layer that's present on site after traversing over the land. Once that's done, the soil would be redistributed that had been stockpiled to match the previously existing grade. At that time, it would be our intention to top dress the path itself with just wood chips that just come right out of a chipper. There's no dye or anything added to them. And that's also to reduce compaction and the mud that will occur after this area has been open, knowing that people are still going to want to walk down this path. I recommended that, 4-foot tall 1-inch hardwood stakes be placed along the trail edge with just a sisal or a manila rope between them to try to limit people from veering off the 3 to 4 foot wide path of wood chips. Once that was done, all the areas to either side of the path would be seeded. Any areas that needed erosion control blanketing would receive them, and then the restoration plants would be installed. So all in all, as far as the plant count goes, there are 400 native shrubs total and 4,600 bare root beachgrass culms, depending on the timing of the restoration planting. And those get installed in the narrowest part of the knob. And that's kind of it in a nutshell. So I'm happy to answer any questions about either the planting or the protocol. Just let me know.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Jen, do you want to start?
Have any questions, Mr. Chairman?
Okay. We'll open up for comments. Betsy?
So the only comment I have is when you put a wood chip walkway, isn't that eventually going to turn into mud?
The wood chips will decompose over time, but it's better than the alternative of walking on newly distributed or unconsolidated material. It will, as the path stands right now, it's been walked on so often for so long that it's basically down in the center path area where the foot traffic actually is. It's down to basically a sandy, gravelly layer. So I would anticipate that would happen again over time. The wood chips are essentially just to keep the mud down temporarily.
Okay, thank you.
Courtney?
No questions.
Kevin? Kevin O'Brien?
Sorry, there's a timer on this thing. No questions.
Mark?
Yes, I may have missed two. I may have missed it. You have to irrigate the replanting area?
So we're hoping, along with other previous projects that we've done at the knob, that we can time it to hopefully reduce the amount of temporary irrigation, if not eliminate it, as much as possible, just due to the sheer distance that it is out there. So if we plant very late in the fall, where the shrubs are dormant and are going dormant, we have a much better chance of them surviving without temporary irrigation. Whereas if we put them in the spring, they haven't really been healed in or in their current growing conditions for very long. I just think that this site in particular, you know, the further out you get, the more you are limited. And we'll probably have to do some replacement, but the replacement of the plantings economically would, in my opinion, would be far less than the cost to run temporary irrigation all the way out to the end of the knob.
So the plan is not to do any temporary irrigation, right?
At least at the moment, yes.
Thank you.
Maury?
When do you plan to start this project?
So right now, we're talking to contractors. We're hoping the current schedule reflects mobilization in December. We've actually been talking to Dale Briggs. Some of you may be familiar with his work. Him and his son, they have a schedule opening towards the end of November, early December. So we're looking to get out there then. And then the work we're expecting to take about 6 months, hopefully a little less than that. Again, we're just trying to be as efficient as possible. So we'll be out of there by May. We're hoping.
I'm glad to hear that, because I was going to put a restriction on it for no work from June to July.
Army Corps already beat you to it.
I hope it all works well. I like I'm glad you mapped the eelgrass, and it looks like a good project.
Thank you.
Peter?
No questions.
Russ?
No questions.
Steve?
No questions. Thank you. Let's get this done.
All right, what's your pleasure?
I'll make a motion. This is Betsy again. Make a motion to close the hearing and take it under advisement.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to close the hearing. We'll take the vote. Betsy?
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney?
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin?
O'Brien, aye.
Mark?
Bernie, aye.
Maury?
Harlow Hawks, aye.
Peter?
Walsh, aye.
Russ?
Robbins, aye.
Steve?
Patton, aye.
Excellent. It's unanimous. It is closed. Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a good
Thank
night.
you, gentlemen, for hanging in there with us tonight.
Problem at
Oh,
all.
it's only 11:20.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Next up is the vote order conditions. First one is William J. and Ellen C.
Mr.
Wedge.
Chairman, oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to do this tonight, or do you want to wait till next? We can wait till next week if you guys are tired, or we can do it tonight. Doesn't matter.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay,
Okay, hang on. Let me just go reach those and
can I go?
go.
William J. and Ellen C. Wedge, 78 Associates Road, West Falmouth, Mass. That is,
That was the, they have to raise the house, redo the foundation. But then there were some restoration issues that needed to be addressed because of some violations on the property. They had the dune work, so they're excuse me, restoring the coastal dune. They're relocating a spa. They're relocating a shed. I think there was a question on how long the shed had been there and whether or not that shed needed to be mitigated for, as well as I do believe there were some fences in the velocity zone. The only thing the staff has to say is the area that they are putting the mitigation for some of their project. We did look at those areas very closely. They were previously disturbed, so those are appropriate areas for them to put the mitigation. The only concern we have is the additional structures in the velocity zone. And I only bring that up because the board required the fencing at 117 Surf Drive to be taken down because it was in a velocity zone and put up without a permit. Very similar to this case. That's all.
Anybody have anything they want to add?
So we're gonna, I mean, you know me with Z-zone fencing. And the shed, there's a lot of structure that is still being left behind that was unpermitted. I like the mitigation. I think they did a good job with that. But the fencing definitely needs to go because would be inconsistent with our standings for years.
I just want to make a comment on the trees. We had a discussion on the trees.
Oh, yeah.
And I think
One of the trees should be moved.
One or more. Again, you might want to have a clump of trees where the fire pit was.
Jen, is that something you can work with them on?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
I can specifically mention where the fire pit is. So yes.
Yeah, well, we mentioned that in the hearing.
Yep.
So I have a question, Jen. They're talking about repairing this foundation. Is it for a future project? And how do we make sure that? Well,
I don't know. I'm not quite sure if it's for a future project, Jamie. We were just, approached about, doing the foundation work under an RDA by like, what's it called when you lift the house, you crib the house up?
Yep.
Yeah. And they had originally come to us under the RDA, and when the staff had gone out there, they discovered all of these other alterations or violations on the property, which they withdrew their RDA and then they filed the notice to address those.
Got it. Okay.
But I don't know if it's for future, if they're going to raise this house and build a new one. I have no idea.
But if they were going to do that or in addition, they would have to come back.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Anybody have anything else?
Question, Jen. So just say they decide not to do the project because they don't want to do all the mitigation. Will this go under an enforcement?
It would have to, correct.
I make a motion to accept as discussed.
What am I doing? Fencing.
Oh, wait.
Who's second?
No, we have to discuss the fencing.
We want them to remove it.
You already got my vote on it.
Can we put that in the findings, Jen? Okay, so standard conditions and remove the fence, and then staff works with them on the tree location.
Correct.
Trees. Okay. So Maura, you made the motion, correct?
Yeah.
Carlo Hawks made the motion.
Bird, second.
Thank you. Okay, the vote. Betsy?
Gladfelder, aye.
Courtney?
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin?
O'Brien, aye.
Mark?
Ernie, aye.
Maury?
Carlo Hawks, aye.
Peter?
Walsh, aye.
Russ?
Robbins, aye.
Steve,
Pat and I.
excellent. Next up, order conditions is Michael and Carla Follick, 12 Uncatina Road. I'm sorry, Uncatina North, West Falmouth, Mass.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this was for the repair of the dock and the concrete or stone pier that goes out to that little wooden dock area. The applicant was very smart to take pictures of it in a storm event, so we kind of saw what it used to be. So it does look like it's being replaced in the same location. There was a concern about eelgrass. And we will do a pre-construction meeting with Ben Carson. I believe he was the contractor chosen to do the work, and make sure that they are aware that they cannot be in the eelgrass beds.
Excellent. So other than that, standard conditions.
Yeah.
Anybody have anything else to add?
No, I'll make a motion to accept as discussed. Gladfelter.
Bird, second.
Maury, did you have a comment?
Only because there were a couple things. I think Mark asked for stainless steel fasteners. And also they were going to remove the debris from the existing pilings and docks from the shoreline.
Okay, so that should be included, Jen?
Mhm.
Okay. All right, we'll take the vote. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Ernie, aye.
Maury,
Carlo Hawks, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Russ,
Robbins, aye.
Steve.
Pat and I.
Okay, we're set. Just a reminder, so we are going to have a meeting on the 15th. So anybody that can participate, that would be helpful, even though it's kind of short notice.
I do apologize for that. I know it's frustrating that these meetings are a bit long right now. It's only because we had no choice a couple of weeks ago, but to continue those 7 or 8 hearings. There was no way we were ready to have this type of format for our meetings on like a day or two's notice. So I do appreciate everybody's willingness to come in. And I just texted Tim Santos during the meeting because he had a continued certificate of compliance from like the fall to the 15th that they were going to have to continue to the 22nd. So now they can have it on the 15th. So
There you go.
yeah.
So may
Again,
I ask Jenna,
Thank you, Greg, and thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, Thomas, and thank you, Greg.
may I ask Jenna?
Susan down there in the corner.
Jen, can I
Yes.
bring these sheets in tomorrow and trade them for next week's hearings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. You need a motion to adjourn.
I made a motion to adjourn. Harlow Hawks.
Gladfelter, second.
Okay, we'll take the vote. Betsy,
Thank
Gladfelter,
Kevin.
aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Ernie,
Mark.
aye.
Maury,
Harlow Hawks, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Russ,
Robbins, aye.
Steve.
Pat and I.
We're adjourned.